Chapter 798. Oh, junior apprentice brother went to the devil refining platform to cultivate. Not long after, Tang Guo received the news. This wasn't a secret, and anyone who wanted to know would know. Junior apprentice brother's qi cultivation is indeed a shortcoming and needs to be improved. But how much can he improve? Tang Guo knew that Chen Zong had entered the devil refining platform to cultivate, and so did the other generals who were interested in Chen Zong. It wasn't that they coveted Chen Zong, but Chen Zong's outstanding performance and the fact that he was accepted into the Devil Slayers division made them want to know more about him. This was human nature. Curiosity. Chen Zong's cultivation is at the late stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm. I estimate that he will have no problem reaching the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. I estimate that he will reach the mid-stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. Everyone, why don't I open a bet and make a small bet? A battle general who usually liked to gamble said. All right. How do we play? The other dozen or so battle generals all agreed to a small bet. Chen Zong has reached the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. The odds are 1 to 1. Mid-stage of the 5th level, 1 to 2. Late stage of the 5th level, 1 to 3. Peak stage of the 5th level, 1 to 4. Peak stage of the 5th level, 1 to 5. The general who wanted to open the bet said without hesitation. What if he reaches the 6th level? Impossible. It's impossible for him to reach the 6th level. If he reaches the early stage of the 6th level, the odds are 1 to 10. The general who opened the bet thought for a while and said, anyway, it was impossible. If that's the case, I'll bet 10,000 merit points on the mid-stage of the 5th level. I'll bet 10,000 as well, early stage of the 5th level. 20,000 late stage of the 5th level. The generals all placed their bets, ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. The lowest bet was the early stage of the 5th level, and the highest bet was the peak stage of the 5th level. The 50,000 peak stage of the 5th level was placed by Tang Guo. To the generals, 50,000 merit points and 100,000 merit points were nothing. Chen Zong didn't know that some battle generals were betting on him entering the devil refining platform to cultivate. Using the mysterious mind art, the demon clan's essence qi was immediately attracted to Chen Zong from all directions. The essence qi of the demon clan experts was the combination of their strong physique and powerful demonic energy. It was incomparably pure and powerful. As soon as Chen Zong breathed it into his body, he felt like he was about to be torn apart. The devil clan's experts suppressed under the devil refining altar were not ordinary devil clan's experts. Every one of them had at least reached the high level, which corresponded to the profound sky realm. The strength of a profound sky realm martial artist was many times stronger than an extreme mortal realm martial artist. The profound qi that he emitted was extremely majestic even for an extreme mortal realm martial artist. Without the restriction of meridians, his spiritual energy flowed freely throughout his body. As his spiritual energy circulated, it was as if it had turned into a millstone. The essence of the demonic tribe that had entered his body was like beans that were being crushed by the millstone. The essence of the demon clan was very tenacious and tough. It constantly resisted and tried to break the millstone of spiritual energy. Activating the millstone of spiritual energy with all his strength, the essence of the demon clan was crushed little by little. After being crushed, the essence of the demon clan turned into an extremely pure spiritual energy. It didn't affect Chen Zong at all as it was sucked into the millstone of spiritual energy. As the millstone rotated, the essence of the demon clan became a part of it. His spiritual energy cultivation started to increase little by little. Before the essence of the demon clan was refined, it carried traces of the demon clan's expert's consciousness. It wasn't an active consciousness but just a trace of it. Although it wasn't strong, it was numerous and chaotic. During the process of refining the demon clan's essence, he would be disturbed by these chaotic thoughts. In Chernzong's spiritual world, there were constantly evil figures that were showing their teeth and claws. Even the imperial demon seal couldn't resist them. Kik, strange laughter sounded. Luckily, Chernzong's spiritual sense was very strong, and his willpower was even more tenacious than normal extreme mortal realm warriors. He calmly guarded his heart and ignored everything, focusing on refining the essence of the demon clan. Rumble, 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 rumble. It was the sound of the millstone of spiritual energy rotating, crushing the demon clan's essence and turning it into pure spiritual energy. It then attacked new acupuncture point. Bang, bang, bang. The acupuncture points in a warrior's body were usually in a state when they were born, but as they grew up, they would be polluted and gradually sealed up. As they cultivated, the sealing up of the acupuncture points would become more and more solid. Only when they reached the extreme mortal realm would they truly open up the acupuncture points and return to the innate realm. Extreme mortal realm. Extreme mortal realm. Return to the innate realm. That was why it was said that the extreme mortal realm was the true beginning of martial arts. Crack. A shattering sound was heard as the acupuncture points were opened up. Chernzong's cultivation had improved, but it was still at the late stage of the extreme mortal realm. When the mind manipulation art reached the 6th stage of the extreme mortal realm, it was considered a peerless spiritual art. Every level could open up 12 acupuncture points. Basically, only by opening up 2 acupuncture points could one raise one's cultivation by a small level. Cultivation of spiritual energy was often difficult to achieve in one go, but there were exceptions. For example, taking some pills that could increase one's cultivation could increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. However, pills often had side effects, more or less. In the end, any method that could increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds in a short period of time would have side effect. Pills were like that, and so was the cultivation of the demon refining platform. The side effect of the demon refining platform was that one had to bear the burden of the demon clan's essence on one's body, as well as the interference and corrosion of the demon clan's chaotic thoughts. This kind of burden and interference and corrosion would slowly accumulate over time, and could not be eliminated. It was also because of this that the demon suppression army could not stay in the demon refining platform for long periods of time. When they felt that they could not bear it anymore, they would have to leave. With a pop, the 2nd acupuncture point was opened by Chernzong. A burst of energy rose, and the spiritual energy millstone also seemed to have become more condensed. Peak of the 4th stage of the extreme mortal realm. The demon refining platform. Haha! From afar, a figure passed by, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, the giant altar. His expression did not change, but a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Inside the demon refining platform, someone was almost done with his cultivation. He stood up and walked out of the demon refining platform. When he passed by Chernzong, he saw that it was an unfamiliar face. He was a little surprised, but did not pursue the matter. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chernzong was still inside the demon refining platform, continuously absorbing the demon clan's essence. He continuously used the spiritual energy millstone to grind it up and absorb it, increasing his cultivation. Another crisp sound came from within his body, as if something had broken. Another acupuncture point was opened up. Peak of the 4th stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, Chernzong's limit was a little different from the other warriors. It should be said that it was higher. The first 6 levels of the art of mind manipulation were considered peerless. Every level would allow one to open up 12 aperture acupoints. 2 aperture acupoints corresponded to a small level. After opening up 9 aperture acupoints, Chernzong's cultivation would reach the limit of this level. Similarly, the 10th aperture acupoint was still the limit. However, the The 1st and 12th aperture acupoints would not allow Chen Zong's cultivation to break through to the next level. They were still the limit. The higher the limit, the more spiritual energy one could contain. Moreover, the purer and more powerful the spiritual energy would be. But at the same time, Chen Zong had to absorb more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. He had to absorb more demon clan's essence in order to increase his cultivation to the limit. Only then could he break through to the next level. At the limit of the extreme mortal realm, Chen Zong stopped for an entire day. He had to open up 4 acupuncture points. Then, he had to break through from the 4th to the 5th level. He had to absorb a large amount of demon clan's essence, crush it, and refine it. As his cultivation increased, the spiritual energy millstone also became stronger. But at the same time, the burden brought by the demon clan's essence also increased with time. The interference and erosion from the chaotic thoughts became more obvious. But all of this was still within Chen Zong's tolerance range. He crushed the demon clan's essence, and kept accumulating it in preparation for breaking through to the next level. Breaking through between levels was more difficult than breaking through between small levels, because it was a fundamental improvement. Of course, since they were all in the extreme mortal realm, the fundamental improvement between levels would not be so obvious. The spiritual energy condensed into one under Chen Zong's control. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. It carried with it an unparalleled power, as if it could destroy everything and shatter the earth. Kaboom! Like a bolt of lightning, it was like a hot knife through butter. But when it hit the acupuncture point, it instantly dissipated. The sealed acupuncture point was too hard. It was like a rock, indestructible. If the first time did not work, then the second time. The dissipated spiritual energy condensed again. This time, it was not a bolt of lightning, but a sword. The peerlessly sharp sword seemed to be able to pierce through the void and tear the sky apart. It was unstoppable and indestructible. It was like a peerless swordsman wielding a sword. With a swing of the sword, it suddenly stabbed. There was a slight cracking sound, but a crack appeared on the sealed acupuncture point. It was an insignificant crack, but it was enough. Like a 1,000-mile dike, if there was a slight crack, it would continue to expand. Sword after sword, the sword technique was extraordinary and unparalleled. It continuously expanded the crack on the sealed acupuncture point. Cracking sounds came one after another, continuously ringing out. The last sword shocked the heavens and earth. The final seal on the acupuncture point was broken. The long sword dissipated, turning into a torrent of spiritual energy that flowed into the acupuncture point, filling it up. Then, it flowed through the acupuncture point to the other acupuncture points, forming a large cycle. The spiritual energy was also continuously purified. A tyrannical aura spread out from Chen Zong's body. Early Stage 5 Extreme Mortal Realm. He first stabilized his cultivation, then accumulated spiritual energy. When he had enough spiritual energy, he continued to break through the acupuncture point. Mid-Stage 5 Extreme Mortal Realm. His aura increased once again. A sliver of spiritual energy was like an invisible wind, silently passing through the devil refining platform and passing through Chen Zong's body. In an instant, Chen Zong's aura was clearly sensed. Mid-Stage 5 Extreme Mortal Realm. This kind of improvement is not bad. But it was not over yet. Chen Zong continued to absorb the essence of the devil race. Once again, he broke through another acupuncture point. His cultivation increased once again. Late Stage 5 Extreme Mortal Realm. Chapter 799. Haha, lost. You all lost. Only I won. A battle general was extremely excited. Unbelievable! I didn't lose unjustly. I didn't lose unjustly. The battle general who had placed his bet side. Out of the dozen or so warlords who had placed their bets, most of them had placed their bets on the 5th level. Only one of them had thought that if he lost, so be it. However, this warlord, who only had a few merits, had placed his bets on the early 6th level. In the end, he had won. That's right, Chen Zong, who walked out of the devil refining altar, was at the early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm. From the early stage of the 4th tier of the mortal realm to the early stage of the 6th tier of the mortal realm in just a few days, this kind of improvement was extremely shocking. If they knew that Chen Zong's mind mystery art was at the ultimate level, and that every increase in strength required, they would be even more shocked. This was because the same amount of strength was enough for other practitioners to reach the middle stage of the 6th tier, or even the late stage. As soon as Chen Zong stepped out of the demon refining platform, he was summoned by the first general, the head of the demon-slaying division. 6th level primary stage, this is beyond my expectations. The chief minister's tone rose and fell slightly with a hint of surprise. Pull out your sword and attack me with all your might. Chen Zong did not understand what the director wanted to do, but he did not resist. The demon-suppressing sword was unsheathed, turning into a black bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. A sword mark as thick as a chopstick remained in the air. Scar of Heaven. This was Chen Zong's most powerful sword move. It was more suitable for him than the Space Splitter, and the burden on him was not as great. Using the spirit energy of the early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm, the strength of the 6th level of the mortal realm, and the powerful spirit energy of the 6th level of the mortal realm, he activated the void sword energy without holding back. In terms of the power of the formless sword force, it had already reached the peak of the 9th tier of the extreme human realm who had practiced an upper-class spiritual art. Coupled with the momentum of the 3rd level sword and the force exertion technique of the Scar of Heaven, the power of this sword was far beyond that of an ordinary extreme 9th tier human realm warrior. Chen Zong was confident that even the 3 tigers of Wanzhong wouldn't be able to block his sword. Chen Zong was confident that even the 3 tigers of Wanzhong wouldn't be able to block his sword. However, the sword that seemed to be able to split the heavens suddenly stopped. It was as if it had sunk into something and stopped moving. Chen Zong saw a finger resting on the tip of the sword. No matter how hard he tried, the Demon Slayer's sword was still unable to move forward. That finger was like a heavenly pillar. Immediately, Chen Zong felt a trace of power, a very flexible power surging from the finger, penetrating the sword and reaching his arm. He couldn't help but step back. That's right, under the title of Emperor, no one can defeat him. The head secretary's tone carried a hint of admiration. Even if it's a title of Emperor, he can still fight. It had to be said that this evaluation was very high. The people of the Demon Slayer's division will gain more, but they will also have to bear more. The chief spoke again. Since you're new to the Demon Slaying division, I'll give you a relatively simple mission. Chen Zong did not interrupt and listened quietly. Kill 100 demons of the 7th to 9th level. The chief's words surprised Chen Zong. Demons of the 7th to 9th level were equivalent to the 7th to 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, but much stronger. And there were 100 of them, not just one. In order to kill 100 low-grade 7th order to 9th order demonic creatures, one must enter the Earth demonic abyss. Moreover, it was impossible to find 100 low-grade 7th order to 9th order demonic creatures in the first layer of the Earth demonic abyss. Even in the second layer, one might not be able to find one. Only the 3rd level of the Earth demon abyss would have enough demons to kill. In other words, Chen Zong had to enter the 2nd level at least. If he wanted to save time, he had to enter the 3rd level. It was a very dangerous thing to venture into the 2nd or 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss alone. Even an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator would be in danger, because the Earth Demon Abyss was home to not only powerful demonic creatures, but also the demon race. Demons were even more terrifying than demons. This was a simple mission? Complete this mission and you'll receive 1,000,000 merits. The chief's words made Chen Zong's heart pound. 1,000,000 merits. That was amazing. Do you have any other questions? The chief asked. Chief, are there any alchemists and swordsmiths in the Demon Slayers division? Chenzong asked. Yes, you can go find them now. The chief's tone was as calm as ever. The Demon Slayers division was full of talent. There were more than a dozen alchemists. The most brilliant alchemist was called Madman Han. Of course, this was not his real name. Chenzong didn't know what his real name was. Speak. Madman Han's white hair looked like weeds, but his face was yellow and withered. He looked like a madman who didn't care about his appearance. His tone was hurried, and his face seemed to say, I'm very busy, don't disturb me. If it wasn't for the chief's orders, he wouldn't have bothered. Master, I have a 9-blood rainbow. Chenzong didn't finish his words. Take it out and let me have a look. Madman Han was slightly startled. He immediately interrupted Chenzong's words and directly said. Chenzong didn't care about Madman Han's attitude. It was normal for capable people to have some eccentricities. After taking out the 9-blood rainbow, Madman Han stretched out his hand and grabbed. Chenzong didn't even have time to react before the 9-blood rainbow fell into Madman Han's hand. His speed was so swift that it caused Chenzong to be extremely shocked in his heart. But Madman Han was a profound heaven expert, so it wasn't surprising. Madman Han looked carefully at the 9-blood rainbow in his hand and nodded. He seemed to be mumbling something, but Chenzong couldn't hear it clearly. This 9-blood rainbow is very good and complete. I'll take it for 3,000,000 merits, Madman Han said directly. Master, I'm looking for you to refine the 9-blood rainbow into a pill, Chenzong replied directly. I'll take half of the 1,000,000 merits, Madman Han said again. 10%. Chenzong bargained. I'm not bargaining with you. I'll take half or you can take it. Madman Han handed the 9-blood rainbow over without hesitation. Although the 9-blood rainbow refinement was a top mid-rank spirit medicine, Madman Han was a sky-profound realm expert. In terms of alchemy, he was even a grandmaster. Who knew how many mid-rank spirit medicines he had seen? He had even seen a few high-rank spirit medicines. Thus, he didn't care that much. If the 9-blood rainbow was a top upper-grade spiritual herb, Madman Han's reaction would be different. 1,000,000 merits for half of the pills. This price was undoubtedly high. Chenzong felt a little helpless. Master, I don't have 1,000,000 merits, Chenzong said. You don't have to pay. I'll take half of the pills and guarantee 10 pills, Madman Han said directly. Okay. Chenzong also agreed. Come back in a month. Madman Han waved his hand and asked him to leave. I'm going out. I'm not sure if I'll be back in a month. Please keep it for me, Master, Chenzong said. Asking Madman Han to make a promise was an insult to an alchemy grandmaster. Chenzong didn't think Madman Han would lie and take his pills. After settling the matter of refining the 9-blood rainbow, Chenzong went to find a swordsmith. There were more than a dozen blacksmiths in the Demon Slayers department. Every one of them was talented, but only one of them was known to be unique in swordsmithing. That was Ouyang-chi. What kind of sword do you need? Ouyang-chi was also very direct, but more gentle. He chose the sword, and the sword chose him. The sword Chenzong needed the most was the combination of the 5 and Ata swords. It could display every aspect of the sword to the fullest. Ouyang-chi didn't respond. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Of course, forging the 5 swords was nothing difficult for Ouyang-chi. It was a piece of cake. However, gathering the characteristics of the 5 swords and fusing them into a single sword was very difficult. All swords either focused on something or were all mediocre. For example, speed and strength. If they were light and thin, they would obviously be faster. If they were large and heavy, they would be stronger. They were clearly the opposite. It's very difficult, Ouyang-chi finally said after a long while. Chenzong couldn't help but feel rather disappointed. Master, when I was in the sect, I once heard an elder mention a supreme artifact. Refined gold of 1,000 refinements. May I ask what's so special about this refined gold of 1,000 refinements? Chunzong changed the topic and inquired. Refined gold of 1,000 refinements. Ouyang Qi was stunned at first, then he became surprised. You actually know about refined gold of 1,000 refinements. Refined gold of 1,000 refinements is indeed a supreme artifact. It's refined from 1,000 precious ores and metals. It's extremely tough and indestructible. Even if it's damaged, it can repair itself. More importantly, spiritual artifacts forged from refined gold of 1,000 refinements possess astonishing growth potential. Growth potential? Chunzong was a little confused. After any spiritual artifact is forged, its grade is fixed. Low grade is low grade, middle grade is middle grade, and high grade is high grade. If you want to improve its grade, you can only reforge it with better materials. Ouyang Qi spoke with assurance. But a spiritual artifact forged from refined gold of 1,000 refinements will automatically absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and slowly improve. If it's refined, it can also be nourished with one's own spiritual qi so that it can improve faster. If you can find a blood refining stone and forge a spiritual artifact with refined gold of 1,000 refinements, you can refine the spiritual artifact with a drop of blood and absorb it into your body. It'll be connected to your blood vessels and better nourish it. Ouyang Qi continued speaking. Suddenly, Ouyang Qi seemed to have thought of something. If you can get the illusory demon heart crystal, perhaps you can forge a sword that meets your requirement. Illusory demon heart crystal. Chunzong was puzzled. The illusory demon heart crystal is a magical treasure. It has amazing spirituality and can change into various shapes at will. Ouyang Qi said, but I've never seen the illusory demon heart crystal before. I've only read about it in ancient books. Blood refining stone. Illusory demon heart crystal. Chunzong memorized it and asked Ouyang Qi about the characteristics of these two items. Maybe he would encounter them in the future. Thank you, Master. Chunzong cupped his hands and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. If you can find refined gold of 1,000 refinements, blood refining stone, or illusory demon heart crystal in the past, let me see it. Ouyang Qi smiled. I can also forge a sword for you for free. Thank you, Master. Chunzong smiled. Master Ouyang Qi's temperament was indeed much better than Madman Han's. Chapter 800. The demon-suppressing fortress was like an immemorial behemoth crawling on the dark earth, guarding one side and forming a line of defense between the Earth Demon Abyss and Blue Waves continent. To the west of the demon-suppressing fortress, the chaotic demonic qi gradually became denser, and ferocious underground demonic creatures appeared everywhere. A black gate with the appearance of a gourd was towering. Its edges were covered with silvery white runes, and each rune was flickering with an autumn water-like splendor, emitting a trace of incomparably mysterious fluctuation. This gate was the gate leading to the first floor of the Earth Demon Abyss. At first, this gate was opened by the demon race experts of the Earth Demon Abyss in order to let the demonic creatures and demons of the Earth Demon Abyss attack Blue Waves continent. Later, it was repelled and was too late to destroy it, so the experts of Blue Waves continent used it to stabilize it, making it the entrance and exit for the demon-suppressing fortress and the demon-suppressing army to enter the Earth Demon Abyss. In addition, the demon-suppressing army also sent experts to guard the entrance and exit of the Earth Demon Abyss to prevent the demon race experts from destroying it, making it convenient for the martial artists of the demon-suppressing fortress to enter. The Earth Demon Abyss was very dangerous, but similarly, there were many useful resources in the Earth Demon Abyss. Moreover, the harsh environment and ferocious demonic creatures of the Earth Demon Abyss could also be used to temper martial artists. In the past, there were some demon race experts who attempted to destroy it, but they were all repelled. Gradually, the demon race experts no longer sent people. Perhaps they thought that letting the martial artists of Blue Wave's continent enter would also have the effect of survival of the fittest for the demonic creatures and demons of the Earth Demon Abyss. Above the black and red hard earth, in the midst of the dusky chaotic demonic chi, a ray of light flew past at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as lightning, spreading across the earth like a thin line, as if a brush was drawing on a paper. That ray of light was incomparably sharp, as if a sword piercing through the air. Wherever it passed, all the demonic creatures, regardless of whether they had attacked or not, were cut open and torn apart. The ray of light approached the gate, and without stopping, it directly rushed into that gate. In the middle of the gate, as if water ripples, layer upon layer of ripples spread out. As that ray of light penetrated, the ripples gradually faded and disappeared, returning to tranquility. In the first floor of the Earth Demon Abyss, the gourd-like gate flickered with a ray of light, and like water ripples, layer upon layer of light spread out. Immediately, a figure appeared, instantly shot out of the gate, and landed on the ground. When this figure landed on the ground, his muscles involuntarily tightened, and his spiritual power surged endlessly like a river. The sword at his waist lightly trembled, and his eyes were sharp to the extreme, emitting an incomparably astonishing sharpness, as if piercing and tearing the front of the front. After 3 breaths, the long sword at his waist returned to normal. The sharp and cold light in his eyes was also restrained. His tense muscles also relaxed. Looking the ground of the sky of heaven was, as if it, heavy and made of clouds of the sky, was like a frozen of the painting of earth painting, and of earth. Of earth. Looking down, the ground was black, and incomparably hard, like fine steel. It constantly emitted traces of coldness. Looking around, one could see 3 black palaces that were arranged in a triangular formation. Outside the palaces, there were 8 pillars that were completely black. Each pillar was as thick as 3 people hugging it. They were about 30 meters tall and pointed straight at the dark sky. Each pillar was covered with runes, and each rune was a faint silver-white color. From time to time, there would be a flash of light. At the top of each pillar, there was a ball of pure white light, about a meter in diameter, floating. The ball of light was slightly undulating, as if it was floating in water. The area within the 8 pillars was about 10,000 meters wide. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth drifting in the air was astonishing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. 2 figures flew in from afar, and a terrifying aura locked onto Chen Zong. "Who are you? Report your identity." These 2 were dressed in the attire of demon suppression sergeant. Their aura was strong, and they had both reached the 7th tier of the extreme mortal realm. A faint murderous aura surrounded them. Demon Slayer Division Deputy Chen Zong. The incomer reported his identity. Demon Slayer Division. The 2 demon suppression sergeants were slightly startled, and carefully sized him up. The armor on Chen Zong was indeed the Demon Slayer armor that only the Demon Slayer Division had. Shortly after, they also saw the symbol that appeared on the back of Chen Zong's left hand. "Please follow us to verify your identity." The 2 demon suppression sergeants spoke in a much gentler tone. The purpose of verifying one's identity was to avoid unnecessary trouble and reduce danger. Of course, Chen Zong wouldn't refuse. After verifying his identity, the 2 demon suppression sergeants escorted Chen Zong out. "You must be careful. Recently, the underground demons have become even more violent," one of the demon suppression sergeants said. They were always more careful and patient towards their colleague. "If you want to enter the 2nd level, you must also be more careful." According to the demon hunters who returned, the underground demons have appeared. The other demon suppression sergeant said, "Thank you both." Chen Zong clasped his fists and strode out of the range of the 8 demon suppression columns. Immediately, it was as if he had entered another world. The feeling was completely different. Cold, dark, mysterious. All kinds of bad feelings attacked him from all directions, as if they were going to corrode and swallow him whole. This was the chaotic demonic aura. It was even denser and more domineering than the chaotic demonic aura on the surface of the earth demon abyss. It was even stronger than the demonic space that he had entered previously. The demon suppression columns had two functions. One was to purify the chaotic demonic aura. The principle behind this was that the runes on the columns and the light ball at the top would transform the chaotic demonic aura into spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filling the area of the demon suppression column. This way, it would be more beneficial for the demon suppression sergeants guarding the door to cultivate. It was also a place for the demon suppression sergeants who entered the earth demon abyss to rest and recuperate. Secondly, it was said that the 8 demon suppression columns were normally accumulating power. At critical moments, they would release their power to protect the camp from being destroyed. They would also attack the demonic creatures and demons. However, the construction of the demon suppression columns was not only difficult, but also required a lot of resources. It was impossible to build more. Chernzong sensed it carefully. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air was very thin. It was less than 1/10 of the chaotic demonic aura. Moreover, it was very heterogeneous. This was a place lacking in spiritual energy. Compared to Chaotian Island, it was much worse. Every bit of spiritual energy is precious here. It's not advisable to consume too much of it. Replenishing spiritual energy should also be done with elixirs as the main source of spiritual energy and supplementary. In such an environment, it was undoubtedly very difficult to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish spiritual energy. Moreover, the heterogeneous spiritual energy of heaven and earth entering the body would affect the purity of one's spiritual energy to a certain extent. There were usually no underground demonic creatures around the camp because they would be wiped out as soon as they approached. Chernzong advanced for about a quarter of an hour before he saw the first demonic creature. However, it was only an ordinary demonic creature. He casually killed it. The mark on the back of his hand flashed faintly, identifying the type and strength of the demonic creature. Chernzong was awarded the corresponding merit points. Killing demonic creatures and receiving merit points was not only a privilege of the demon hunters. Strictly speaking, this was spread by the demon suppression army. Chernzong did not stop. His goal was the 2nd and 3rd levels of the earth demonic abyss. In the 1st level, it was impossible to find demonic creatures of the 7th level and above. The 1st level of the earth demonic abyss had basically been thoroughly explored by the demon suppression army and the demon hunters. They had also made maps, so Chernzong already knew where the entrance to the 2nd level was. The closer Chernzong got to the entrance to the 2nd level, the more demonic creatures Chernzong encountered. Chernzong would kill any demonic creature he encountered. However, he usually only used his physical strength and minimized the use of his spiritual energy. Even if he only used his physical strength, there was no demonic creature in the 1st level that could block any of his sword strike. They could be easily killed and turned into Chernzong's merit points. In just half an hour, Chernzong's merit points had increased by more than 1,000. Chernzong would not deliberately pursue killing demonic creatures and waste time. About a few days later, Chernzong's merit points had also far surpassed before. The entrance to the 2nd level was right in front of him. The entrance was different from the entrance on the 1st floor. It was a dark vortex with a diameter of 10 meters. It was suspended in the air a dozen meters above the ground and constantly rotated clockwise. It was as if it was sucking in everything around it. It looked very mysterious. Staring at the dark vortex, Chernzong felt like he was going to be sucked into it. Under the dark vortex, there was a large group of demonic creatures wandering around. There were more than 30 of them, each emitting a powerful aura. They were all low-level demonic creatures. Kill! With a low roar, the black sword light flashed like a ray of light, cutting everything in front of it into two. The bodies of the low-level demonic creatures froze, and were then cut in half. They all died. Chunzong's merit points in the mark of the Demon Slayer's division increased rapidly. With a leap, Chunzong rushed toward the dark vortex like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into it. The heart of a human is so delicious. He was dressed in a long black robe, but his face was pale without a trace of blood. His eyes were pitch black, and his ears were sharp and long. When he opened his mouth to speak, he revealed his sharp fangs. He was chewing slowly, and one could vaguely see the color of blood spreading in his mouth. The taste was so delicious that he was intoxicated. Go to the second level. Maybe you can find those humans who call themselves demon hunters. Another person with a similarly pale face and pitch-black eyes laughed shrilly. His figure flashed and his long robe fluttered. One could vaguely see a streak of scarlet flying past like a large bat in the night sky. On the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss, a dark vortex was spinning continuously more than 10 meters above the ground. Soon after, a figure fell from it. Landing as lightly as a feather, Chunzong quickly swept across the surroundings. There were no demonic creatures nearby. He looked at the sky above and then at the ground below. The sky here was darker and more oppressive than the first level, and the ground seemed to be harder. The chaotic demonic chi in the air was more intense, at least twice as strong as the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. As for the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it was so thin that it was difficult to sense it. Chapter 801. The sky was dark and gloomy, as if it would collapse at any moment and crush everything on the ground. Walking between heaven and earth, it was as if one was trying to survive between the cracks of heaven and earth. Chunzong looked ahead and into the distance, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The entrance to the third level is in that direction. The first, second, and even third levels of the Earth Demonic Abyss had already been explored by the Demon Hunters and Demon Suppression Sergeant. They had drawn a detailed topographic map, and Chunzong had already memorized all of it. The demons in the first level of the Earth Demonic Abyss were basically ordinary level and lower level 1, 2, and 3. The demons in the second level of the Earth Demonic Abyss were lower level 1 to 6, with a few of them being level 6 and above. As for the demons in the third level, they were lower level 4 to 9. Relying on his strength, Chunzong decided to enter the third level of the Earth Demonic Abyss. Killing 100 demons of lower level 7 and above was just a simple mission for the Demon Slayer division. What Chunzong wanted was not that simple. Kill. Kill with all your might. The more you kill, the more merit points you will get. You can also further hone yourself and improve your swordsmanship through this kind of slaughter. Progress through battle and seek enlightenment through slaughter. As for the fourth level of the Earth Demonic Abyss, Chunzong could not and did not dare to go there now. This was because the fourth level of the Earth Demonic Abyss was countless times more dangerous than the first three levels. Not only were there powerful mid-level demons, but there were also underground demon tribes. Kill any demons you see. Activating his energy, the Demon Slayer's sword turned into a black lightning bolt and tore through the sky. The recovery of his energy did not need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Kill, kill, kill. Along the way, Chunzong's sword was like a hot knife through butter. Not a single demon could stop Chunzong's sword, even if Chunzong only displayed his physique cultivation. Killing, merit points continued to increase. More demons gathered from all directions after sensing the aura fluctuations emitted by Chunzong. The aura of humans and demons were completely different. Chunzong was like a bright pearl that had fallen into a muddy pond, very conspicuous. The relationship between humans and demons was like a natural enemy. Humans killed demonic creatures to obtain merits and materials, while demonic creatures devoured human flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. The relationship between humans and demons was like the constant switch between hunters and prey. As the dark vortex leading to the third level spun, two figures fell down. As soon as they landed, their black robes fluttered and contracted. They were two people with pale faces, but their lips were as red as blood. Their eyes were incomparably dark and deep. The two of them did not stop at all. Their figures flew up again, like two large bats streaking across the dusky sky. I can smell the scent of the human race. It's floating in the air. Then, the two figures changed direction and flew away at an even faster speed. Pale complexion, deep and dark eyes, crimson lips, and an aura that is even purer and more evil than demonic aura emanates from their bodies. Chunzong's sharp eyes stared ahead, clearly seeing the two bat-like figures approaching. It's the Blood Demon clan of the Underground Demon clan. The subterranean demon race and subterranean demonic creatures were a general term. There were more than 10 different types of subterranean demon race, but there weren't that many subterranean demon race. There were less than 10, and the Blood Demon race was one of them. Under normal circumstances, the underground demons would only stay in the 4th level of the Earth Demon, Abyss, or even deeper levels. However, some demons would leave the 4th level and enter the 3rd level, or even the 1st level. The two blood demons had already noticed Chunzong. Their deep eyes were bloodthirsty and excited, and they sped up again. The Blood Demon clan's appearance is similar to that of humans. They like to suck blood and eat hearts, especially hearts that are still beating and contain hot blood. The blood demon that they cultivate is mysterious and overbearing. It can affect the blood in the opponent's body, and can also obtain more power from the blood. Staring at the two blood demons that were rapidly approaching, Chunzong's mind flashed with the detailed records of the Blood Demon clan from the Hidden Dragon Division's training. These two blood demons are both lower level. Based on the fluctuations of their aura, they should be at the 8th level of the lower level. I can feel that this human has a strong aura and blood. His blood must be very delicious. Yes, I can feel it too. His heart must be more chewy. The two blood demons were talking as they approached Chunzong. Their terrifying aura passed through the sky and locked onto Chunzong from afar. Chunzong could clearly feel the two mysterious and overbearing aura fluctuations on his body. It actually affected the flow of his powerful pure yang aura and blood. The two blood demons were talking in the demon tribe's language. In Chunzong's ears, there was only obscurity and confusion. He had no idea what they were talking about, but it didn't matter. One on the left and one on the right, the two blood demons flew over and attacked at the same time. The blood demon on the left bent his fingers into claws. His sharp fingers glowed with a scarlet light, and the smell of blood permeated the air. It was nauseating. The blood demon on the right raised his palm like a knife and gently slashed. The scarlet light cut through the air and turned into a blood-red crescent moon. It slashed toward Chunzong with a nauseating smell of blood. Attacking from the left and right, the mysterious power constantly affected the flow of Chunzong's blood. For many creatures, blood was very important. It was the embodiment of life. Losing too much blood would cause all kinds of negative effects and even cause death. In the way of chi cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the less they relied on blood. Some powerhouses could survive even if they lost all their blood. But no matter what, the loss of blood would affect one's ability to exert one's strength. With a thought, Chunzong controlled the abnormal flow of his pure yang aura and prevented it from being disturbed. He unsheathed the demon-suppressing sword and slashed out two streaks of sword light that were as black as lightning towards the two blood demons. These two blood demons' cultivations were at the 8th level of the lower realm, which was equivalent to the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. However, the demon race's bodies were stronger, and the demon ability they cultivated was stronger. In addition, the environment here was more suitable for the demon race. Therefore, their strength was not as simple as the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. As for what level they had reached, it was still uncertain. This was Chun Zong's first encounter with the demon tribe. It was also his first time fighting with them. Curious, Chun Zong wanted to test out the demon tribe's technique. What he saw from the information was still on paper. Only by experiencing it for himself would it be more profound. Previously, Chun Zong had been using his qi to wield his sword to kill his enemies. But his qi was equivalent to the 6th level of the extreme human realm. Even if he exploded, he could at most kill a normal 7th level of the extreme human realm. But it was still not enough to deal with 2 blood demons. The 2 sword strikes were as fast as lightning and carried the power of the void sword force. Chun Zong controlled it to the early 9th level of the extreme human realm. This human has some strength. The 2 blood demons were slightly surprised. But with a flash of bloody light, their bodies twisted strangely in midair and dodged Chun Zong's sword strike. Their speed increased by 30%, and they closed in on Chun Zong in an instant. The blood demon claw and blood demon saber arrived one after another. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent. Swoosh! Chun Zong's body shattered. It was just an afterimage. Chun Zong could clearly feel the blood demon claw and blood demon saber slashing through his body. The demon suppressing sword counterattacked. 1 against 2, the battle became a mess. Although Chun Zong's cultivation level wasn't high, he was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm. However, when combined with the void sword force, its power was extremely terrifying. After an intense battle, Chun Zong had figured out the abilities of these 2 blood demons. Their cultivation level was equivalent to the 8th tier of the extreme mortal realm, but their strength had reached the 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. In addition, their martial skills were exquisite and mysterious, with many variations and shocking power. Their overall strength was at least equivalent to the mid-9th tier of the extreme mortal realm, who cultivated an upper-tier spirit art. Moreover, the opponent's blood demon ability was completely different from spiritual energy. Once it entered the body, it would disrupt and destroy the body. It was like maggots in the bones, wreaking havoc everywhere in the body. Different from Chun Zong, the 2 blood demons became more and more shocked as they fought. This human's strength seemed to be too strong, and he looked like he was handling the battle with ease. Blood explosion technique. The 2 blood demons performed their secret technique together. Pure blood surged in their bodies and quickly compressed before exploding. It rushed through their bodies and surged into the blood demon ability, causing the blood demon ability's power to increase exponentially. Traces of blood-red mist surrounded the 2 blood demons, and their auras became more and more intense. The 2 blood demons attacked again. The blood-red light filled the air and covered all directions. Within the blood-red light, there was an incomparably fierce attack. Chun Zong's expression changed slightly. This kind of attack made his body feel slightly numb. The peak of the 9th level of the extreme human realm. This was the power of the 2 blood demons when they attacked. However, Chun Zong's strength was even stronger. In an instant, his sword broke through the air and shattered the blood-red light. After the sword pierced through the air, it split the bodies of the 2 blood demons in half. The 2 blood demons didn't expect this human's strength to be so terrifying. With a scream, their bodies that were cut in half suddenly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and turned into blood-red bats. They flapped their wings and scattered in all directions. Chun Zong was slightly startled, but his reaction was very fast. It was said that after the blood demons cultivated to a certain level, it was very difficult to kill them. This was because when they were about to be killed, they would turn into blood bats and fly away in all directions. The blood bats carried the blood essence and spirit of the blood demons. As long as a portion of the blood bats could escape, they could reform. Of course, the reformed blood demons would be very weak and would need to be replenished with fresh blood to recover. But no matter what, he had survived. Chun Zong was familiar with the records of the blood demon race, But it was also his first time seeing the blood bat escape of the blood demons. He was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted. The demon-suppressing sword trembled and emitted a ball of black light as it slashed through the air. It was as if a black painting had opened up. Under the sword light, all the blood bats couldn't escape. They were all sucked in and killed. Incomparably sharp and shrill screams sounded, but they quickly quieted down. The sword light dissipated, and the demon-slaying sword returned to its scabbard. The blood bats that the two blood demons had transformed into were all killed, and not a single one was left. Chapter 802. If the Earth Demon Abyss was shown in a cross-sectional view, one would find that the Earth Demon Abyss was shaped like a pyramid. The first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was the smallest, the second layer was bigger, the third layer was bigger, and the ninth layer was the largest. The fourth layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was inhabited by many demon tribes. Human cultivators would often enter the first to third layers of the Earth Demon Abyss to hunt demons and so on. As for the fourth layer, demon hunters rarely entered because it was too dangerous. Sometimes, even if they were not killed, they might not be able to come out alive. Woo woo woo. The dull sound of the bugle horn was heard. Dong dong dong. The rumbling of the drums was earth-shattering, and the shouts were very noisy. Tall and strong figures came out of the grottos and gathered in the open space. Demons. All of them were from the demon race. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. Every single one of them was exuding an astonishing aura. It had a greenish-black head like that of a ferocious beast. It had a pair of deep black bull eyes with a hint of madness. 2 tusks protruded from its lower jaw. Its skin was rough and tough. Its body was as sturdy as an iron tower, and it wore leather armor. Its 4 limbs were incomparably strong. They were the demonic beasts of the demon tribes. In the center of the open space, dozens of young demonic beasts were standing in a row. In front of them was an armored demonic beast. His large eyes were staring at them with great pressure, and the dozens of young demonic beasts all quieted down, not daring to make a sound. I only have one request for you. Show your ability and don't weaken the prestige of the Black Mountain tribe. Show those bastards the strength of the Black Mountain tribe. Roar, roar, roar. The dozens of young demonic beasts shouted one after another, and their momentum was astonishing. Let's go. At the order of the demonic beast general, the dozens of young demonic beasts ran out of the tribe. The other demonic beasts watched them leave. The Blackwing tribe. Boys, let that group of barbarians have a taste of our might. Then, numerous silhouettes shot into the sky. They flapped their black wings and flew across the sky. The young generation of the tribes left one after another because today was the day of the hunting competition between the tribes. There were many tribes in the 4th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, at least hundreds of them. Every tribe would participate, but only the young generation was required. The target of the hunt was naturally the underground demons. The relationship between the devil race and the devil race was like the relationship between the human race and the monster race. The big hunting competition was initially a competition within the tribe, then it was extended to the tribes, and finally it was between the various tribes. Different tribes of the same race can be grouped together to form a tribe. For example, the demonic beast tribe has more than one tribe, but more than 10. These demonic beast tribes are collectively called demonic beast tribes. Finally, it was the competition between the tribes. Dong dong dong. The ground was like a drum and the legs were like hammers. Time and time again, the tall and sturdy figures ran quickly. The dozens of figures had the aura of a magnificent army. Every one of them was very strong. To the 3rd floor. That's right. I heard that there might be humans on the 3rd level. Human race? I've never seen one before. Humans are a bunch of weaklings. I can crush one of them with one hand. While talking, the dozens of demonic beast tribe people rushed to the entrance of the 3rd level. Every time the big hunting competition was held, many of the devil race would often flood into the third level and use it as a hunting ground. This was because the most powerful demons on the third level were only low-level king rank, and there were very few of them. However, in the fourth level, there were still mid-level demons. Basically, the young devil race who participated in the big hunting competition were all low-level demons. In the face of mid-level demons, they would only have a dead end. Not to mention hunting, they would become food for the mid-level demons. The younger generation of these devil race tribes participating in the big hunting competition ranged from 50 to 60 people to 30 people. The sword light flashed like black lightning, and a huge head flew up, spinning high in the sky and falling down. The blood of demons was mainly black, but if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not black at all, but red. Also, because of the chaotic devil chi contained in it, when read to the extreme, it looked black. The sky of the third level of the earth demon abyss looked gloomier and more oppressive, but in fact, the sky of the third level was about the same height as the first level of the second level, just because the chaotic devil chi was richer. Here, even with his strong perception, Chen Zong could not feel the fluctuation of heaven and earth spirit chi. According to this speculation, the fourth level of the earth demon abyss probably did not even have a trace of heaven and earth spirit chi. Fortunately, Chen Zong did not want to enter the fourth level of the earth demon abyss. It was too dangerous. Even the demon suppression army had not been able to explore the fourth level of the earth demon abyss. The 50th one, Chen Zong said to himself as he sheathed the demon slayer sword and looked at the demon on the ground. This was the 50th low-level 7th-level demon he had killed. He was still 50 short of the mission requirement given to him by the chief of the demon-slaying division. The demon slayer sword was a mid-level spiritual weapon. It was extremely sharp and could easily break through the defense of demons. Moreover, because of the special forging method and the integration of some special materials, it had extra lethality against the devil race and saved Chen Zong's energy consumption. Other than the two blood demons he encountered at the beginning, Chen Zong did not use his spiritual energy again. Chen Zong scanned the monster's body to see if there was anything he could use. It wasn't true that the more powerful the monster, the more valuable the items on its body would be. Some of the more powerful monsters' bodies were full of trash. Chen Zong retracted his gaze and scanned his surroundings, carefully comparing it with the topographic map in his mind. There were several versions of the topographic map of the first to third levels of the Earth Demon Abyss. The best version was the one of the demon-slaying division, which was extremely detailed. Chen Zong was a member of the demon-slaying division, so what he remembered was naturally the topographic map of the demon-slaying division. There will be more low-level 7th-level demons in this direction, Chen Zong said to himself after identifying it and used his movement technique to move forward. With a loud boom, the ground trembled and a violent aura swept out, causing Chen Zong to be slightly surprised. Obviously, there was a battle ahead. Chen Zong could not feel any spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be a battle between demons? Of course, it was also possible that it was a battle between body refinement cultivators and demons. While pondering, Chen Zong also saw the two sides of the battle. It was a battle between demons and demons. Beast demon. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes. That demon had a ferocious appearance. It had two protruding fangs on its lower jaw. Its body was more than 2 meters tall and looked incomparably strong, just like an iron tower. Under its tough and rough greenish-black skin were muscles full of violent power. It wore a simple leather armor with its arms exposed. As it exerted its strength, its muscles swelled, and its big tendons undulated like pythons. Among the demons, the beast demon was the most numerous. In the past, when the demons invaded the Blue Waves continent, the army was mainly composed of beast demon warriors, followed by winged demon. Simply speaking, beast demon and winged demon were the commoners of the demon race. As for the blood demon who had been beheaded, They were relatively high class in the demon race, and belonged to the aristocracy. The body of Beast Demon was very strong. Their physique was tyrannical, their skin was tough, and they possessed outstanding defensive power. Their strong body gave them tyrannical strength. The Beast Demon power inside their body was also the same, full of power and violence. I wonder what the Beast Demon's berserk is like? Chen Zong thought inwardly. The people of demon race had a unique innate skill. This was something that the vast majority of human race could not compare with. The innate skill of Beast Demon was berserk. The demon fighting against Beast Demon was Fearspore, a low-rank 8 demon. Fearspore had a huge build. It had a ferocious big boar head and bulging muscles. It was incomparably strong, and it held a simple meteor chain hammer in its hand. Regardless of whether it was Beast Demon or Fearspore, both were known for their strength. Therefore, the battle between both sides appeared very fierce and violent. The weapon of Beast Demon was its pair of fists. It was covered with a layer of black Beast Demon power, invulnerable and fierce like a pair of hammers. Boom, boom, boom. The tyrannical forces collided. The aftermath of the impact caused the ground to crack and then shatter. The flying dust was also bombarded by the force and turned into powder. Chen Zong did not make a move. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched. He wanted to see the abilities of Beast Demon. The battle became more and more intense. The two sides were evenly matched. Suddenly, the Beast Demon punched out. His arms swelled up, and a terrifying Beast Demon power surged out like a flood. His fist was like a falling meteor. The chaotic demon chi fluctuated endlessly, like the surging waves of the sea. The meteor chain hammer was blasted away. Immediately, the Beast Demon took a step forward and rushed forward. He had already accumulated a lot of Beast Demon power in his fist, and it was incomparably violent. The moment the fist was punched out, a continuous rumbling sound was heard. Even from afar, Chen Zong could feel the terrifying power contained in the fist. It was very strong, very tyrannical. It could definitely blow up an ordinary 9th-tier human realm warrior with one punch. In Chen Zong's eyes, there was no other mystery in this fist. There was only one thing, and that was power. Pure power, incomparably violent power. This made Chen Zong's eyes light up slightly. This fist was undoubtedly a fist that pursued pure power. It was also another interpretation of martial arts. The fist was like a comet crashing down. It fiercely bombarded the chest of Beast Demon Boar. The Beast Demon Boar's skin was thick and its defense was amazing. However, under this fist, Chen Zong could clearly see that the Beast Demon Boar's chest had caved in. With a boom, the huge Beast Demon Boar flew backward. Its mouth opened, and thick black blood was constantly spurting out, mixed with pieces of its internal organs. Under this fist, the Beast Demon Boar's vitality was quickly drained away. Good skill. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. This fist made him feel touched. He directly spoke, regardless of whether the opponent could understand or not. He quickly approached. "You are a human." The young Beast Demon Boar heard the voice and quickly looked over. He saw Chen Zong's rapidly approaching figure. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that this appearance and aura fluctuation belonged to the legendary human race. Immediately, the Beast Demon Boar became excited. He was so excited that his whole body trembled, and his eyes turned slightly red. Chapter 803. Rumble. Like a war chariot, the devil orc madly rushed forward. His sturdy legs stepped on the hard ground like giant hammers. Every time he beat a drum, the ground would tremble. It was just a single person, but his aura was as shocking as that of a huge army. His violent and brutal aura was like a mountain torrent that charged over with an unstoppable force, intending to crush Chen Zong. This momentum was so strong that it made Chen Zong's expression slightly dignified. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Putting aside the difference between a human and a demon, in the final analysis, Chen Zong was always excited to have a fierce battle with a powerhouse. Defeating a powerhouse, climbing to a higher level, there was no end to it. In an instant, an astonishingly sharp aura rose from Chen Zong's body. It quickly condensed into an invisible sword and slashed out. The collision of momentum sent sand and stones flying. The ground was torn open, crisscrossing. Boom! The devil orc raised his left arm and clenched his fist. Black demonic beast energy covered his fist, making it look like a small millstone. The muscles on his forearm bulged, and the tendons moved like pythons. That punch brought with it a shockingly violent power. The wind howled, and everything under the punch seemed to be shattered. The extremely shocking fist pressure turned the area in front of him into a vacuum as it pressed down. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, turning into an incomparably sharp black lightning. Then, a melodious sword cry spread in all directions. Boom! The black lightning-like sword light was shattered. The devil orc's violent fist also trembled and was repelled by the tyrannical sword. However, his right fist blasted out. The black demonic beast energy transformed into a giant beast's roar. The terrifying fist pressure was like a flood bursting through a dam, destroying everything. Chen Zong stood still, his black hair dancing in the wind. The demon-slaying sword once again slashed out. It looked like a single sword, but in fact it was formed by hundreds of swords, turning into a majestic pitch-black sword light. It was as if night had fallen. Demonic beasts excelled in strength, and their strength was astonishing. Chen Zong's body refining Tao was also not bad. Although there was a gap between him and the demonic beasts in terms of physical strength, the nihility sword energy formed by the combination of his physical strength was very tyrannical. They collided head-on like meteors colliding. Incomparably terrifying energy surged in all directions. The hard ground was smashed into pieces one after another, collapsing unceasingly. It was an extremely shocking scene. This kind of battle was even more carefree and satisfying. This demonic beast was even stronger than the previous two blood demons. Chop, chop, chop. With the demon-slaying sword in his hand and connected to his bloodline, he was incomparably nimble. Chen Zong used even more strength to suppress the devil orc. He slashed with his sword, immediately breaking the devil orc's leather armor and cutting open its tough and rough skin. Black blood instantly gushed out. Demons not only had tyrannical physiques, they also had an outstanding self-healing ability. Once they were injured, they would quickly recover. However, the demon-slaying sword's characteristics made it so that the devil orc's wound couldn't heal in a short time. He hadn't suffered the slightest injury in the battle against the demon boar, but he was unexpectedly injured in the battle against a human. His wound was even emitting bursts of tearing pain. This made the devil orc furious. In his fury, the devil orc roared like a madman. He waved his arms, rolling up a violent wind. Incomparably berserk black demonic energy surged out of his body like a flood, engulfing his whole body and merging into his bones and muscles. Waves of oppressive rumbling sounds were like rolling thunder, shaking the devil orc's body. The devil orc's muscles began to swell. His originally tall and robust body swelled once again, growing taller by more than a foot. His figure seemed even more robust. Every bulging muscle contained an extremely terrifying power, suffused with traces of black light. The devil orc's eyes turned scarlet, berserk, and bloodthirsty. Berserk! Chen Zong's eyes slightly narrowed, becoming more and more excited. Under berserk, the devil orc's aura increased by more than a few times, but he didn't know how much his strength had increased. Roar! With a roar, the berserk devil orc raised his arms and clenched his fists. As the black light filled the air, his bulging muscles swelled once again, and his strength became even more berserk. Boom! 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 Both of his arms waved, and his two fists continuously bombarded out like millstones. Every punch was incomparably berserk and terrifying. Every punch was like a meteorite falling down. Under the continuous bombardment, it was like a meteorite storm. The fist pressure was unparalleled, shattering everything around it. Even a mountain would be smashed into pieces in front of such a berserk pair of fists. Countless black fist forces converged into a majestic black river, rushing forward with an extremely terrifying power. Every punch had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. When combined, it was enough to shatter an ordinary peak stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. Even an ordinary peak stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm would have to use all of his strength to deal with it. Scar of Heaven! With a low shout, Chen Zong swung his sword. The Devil Slayer sword vibrated at an astonishing speed, and a black sword light flashed past, cutting open the space in front of it. A straight black sword mark seemed to stretch endlessly. Scar of Heaven was a sword move that evolved from the Space Splitter. It was the most suitable sword move for Chen Zong. Its power was not inferior to the Space Splitter, but the burden on his body was much smaller. The sword body vibrated at a high speed, repelling the air and tearing it apart. This made the sword move extremely lethal. This was a sword move that Chen Zong had used all of his strength. Its power had completely surpassed an ordinary peak stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. The air was torn apart, and the Berserk Fist Force River was also torn apart. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and nothing could stop it. Wherever the sword passed, not only was the Berserk Fist Force River split apart, but the Devil Orc was also hit. The black sword light pierced through the Devil Orc's back and shot out, disappearing into the distance. Only a black sword mark remained in the air. Chen Zong sheathed the Devil Slayer sword, because he knew that this sword move was enough to kill his opponent. Sure enough, the Devil Orc's body was trembling uncontrollably. It seemed that he wanted to clench his arms, but was unable to do so. The tyrannical power in his body was rapidly draining away. His swollen muscles were like deflated balloons, quickly shriveling up. A crack appeared on his body, from his left shoulder to his right waist. Black demon blood continuously flowed out. After killing the Devil Orc, Chen Zong took down the simple black leather pouch hanging from his waist. This was the mustard seed pouch used by the Devil Tribe. He didn't know if there was anything good inside. Opening it, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There were only some low-grade magic medicines. The pitch-black wings suddenly flapped, and the figure tore through the air like an arrow released from a bow. Chen Zong slightly narrowed his eyes. The light in his eyes was as sharp as the tip of a sword. He stared at the black figure that was descending like lightning. The wings were pitch-black and covered with steel-like feathers. The edges were as sharp as knives. The body was thin but incomparably strong. The mouth was sharp and the claws were sharp. This was the winged Devil Tribe. Unsheathing the Devil Slayer sword, it turned into a black lightning bolt and pierced through the air. With a swoosh, the winged Devil Tribe member was cut in half. His body was directly split into 2 halves, and black demon blood spilled out. Chen Zong collected the other party's mustard seed pouch and examined it. There wasn't anything particularly valuable inside. At most, there were some magic medicines and a small amount of demon materials. How did I encounter so many demons? Collecting the things inside the mustard seed pouch, Chen Zong pondered. Up until now, including the 2 blood demons, Chen Zong had already killed more than a dozen demon race beings with his sword. According to his understanding, it was basically impossible to encounter demons in the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. The second layer was also very difficult. It was possible to encounter demons in the third layer, but there wouldn't be many of them. But now, he had encountered more than 10 demons. It was a little strange. Unable to understand the language of the demons, Chen Zong didn't waste time on it. If he encountered a demon, he would just kill it. "Captain, why are there so many demons? One of the demon hunters in the team asked. I'm not sure, the tall and thin captain replied. If Chen Zong saw him, he would recognize him as Chang Hu of the Three Tigers of Wanchong. The Three Tigers of Wanchong were quite famous in the extreme mortal realm. But unless there were special circumstances, they wouldn't move together. This was because the three of them were the captains of their respective teams. This time, it was Chang Hu who led his team into the third layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. Including him, the captain, the team had a total of 10 people. Every one of them had reached the late stage of the extreme mortal realm, and their strength wasn't weak. Because of their many years of cooperation, they had a great tacit understanding. Basically, as long as they didn't encounter any king-ranked powerhouses, even if they couldn't defeat them, they would still be able to escape unscathed. Thus, up until now, they had joined hands to kill many powerful demons, as well as quite a few demons. Chang Hu led his team and sprinted across the hard ground. Right in front of them, a figure flew through the air. The two sides quickly approached each other, and when they saw each other, they were slightly startled. Chen Zong squinted his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him, locking onto the first one. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was one of the Three Tigers of Wanchong, Chang Hu. At that time, the other party's aura was so tyrannical that it shocked him. At that time, even if he used all his strength, he still wasn't a match for the other party. Although Chang Hu didn't directly attack, Quang Hu, who was on the same level as him, attacked, making him unable to resist. If it wasn't for his senior brother sending people to follow him and save him at the critical moment, it was really unknown whether he would have survived. But today, things were different. Compared to before, his strength had increased significantly. According to the chief's judgment, he was the strongest below the king-ranked level. As for the strength of a king-ranked powerhouse, Chen Zong didn't know, because he had never met one before. The increase in strength gave Chen Zong more capital to deal with strong enemies. Chang Hu also didn't expect that he would meet Chen Zong here. After Chen Zong was rescued, they hadn't heard any news about Chen Zong. After more than half a year, they had long forgotten about him. Since I met you here, it's your misfortune. Chang Hu grinned, his face full of murderous intent. Chapter 804. Don't let him escape. Chang Hu gave the order without any explanation. The 9 team members did not ask any questions. They had a tacit understanding with each other and immediately took action. Every one of them was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an encirclement around Chen Zong, cutting off all of his escape routes. Chen Zong glanced at them and was surprised by their cooperation. The encirclement formed by the 9 people wasn't a simple circle. Some of them were close while some were far away. The distance seemed messy, but there was something mysterious about it. The position they were standing in was related to the weapons they were holding. The 2 demon hunters with bows and arrows were standing the furthest away. The one with a shield and the one with a dagger were the closest to each other, while the one with a saber and sword was at a moderate distance. Chang Hu's figure flashed and entered the encirclement, facing Chen Zong directly. Half a year ago, Chen Zong fought with Wild Tiger. Although he wasn't as strong as any of the 3 demon hunters, he had shown extraordinary ability and tenacity. This time, they couldn't let him escape. Therefore, they had to deal with him personally to prevent future trouble. Chang Hu didn't believe that Chen Zong's strength could have improved by much in just half a year. He ordered his team members to surround Chen Zong to prevent him from escaping. 3 Tigers of Wanzhong, I'll send you on your way today. As for the other 2 tigers, they'll be with you soon. Chen Zong said word by word. Thinking back to half a year ago, when he was almost killed, he was filled with anger and murderous intent. His eyes became sharp and piercing, like a sword out of its scabbard, piercing through the air. Chang Hu was slightly startled. He felt that Chen Zong's eyes were incomparably sharp, and it was difficult for him to look directly at them. He was inwardly shocked. This kind of sharpness hadn't been there half a year ago. This meant that Chen Zong's strength had increased significantly in this half a year. He was more determined to kill Chen Zong, even if he had to pay a price. Otherwise, if Chen Zong was given more time to become stronger, it would be a disaster. Rumble! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the body of the long tiger. It sounded like the roar of a tiger in the mountains. The aura of the long tiger almost condensed into a physical form. At a glance, it was as if a ferocious tiger was entrenched in a crouching position. Its huge tiger eyes were glaring fiercely, emitting a terrifying and ominous light. An astonishing murderous aura was mixed with an incomparably strong evil spirit. Like a torrent, it violently bombarded Chen Zong's body. Half a year ago, in the face of such momentum, Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. But after half a year, such momentum could only be considered strong for Chen Zong, but it was not enough to affect him. In the face of Chang Hu's ferocious aura, Chen Zong did not back down. He condensed his aura into a sword and slashed out violently. The formless auras collided in midair, creating a series of thunderous sounds. The terrifying aftershocks were like knives, swords, and giant hammers, tearing the surrounding ground into pieces. The 9 members of Chang Hu were shocked. This person looked very young, but he was able to compete with their captain in terms of aura. Die! With a low roar, Chang Hu punched out. His arms stretched out like a rubber band, carrying an incomparably ferocious power. Like a ferocious tiger, it violently punched towards Chen Zong. At the same time, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. Chang Hu's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm. His strength exceeded that of an ordinary extreme mortal realm cultivator. He was extremely terrifying. He had a strong desire to kill Chen Zong, so he did not hold back. He directly activated all of his power to kill Chen Zong. He wanted to end the battle quickly to avoid any unexpected changes. Chen Zong did not want to waste any time, so he used all of his power. Both of his fists were like tigers. The fist strength was ferocious and extremely fast. It was as if there were 10 fists striking out at the same time. Wave after wave, it was like the endless waves of the ocean. It was incomparably ferocious and wanted to destroy everything in front of it. The ground cracked inch by inch and flew up inch by inch. It was completely destroyed by the terrifying fist strength. Roar, 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 roar. Every punch was accompanied by the roar of a fierce tiger. It was terrifying. No matter how many punches you throw out, I will split them apart with my sword. The sword was like a hot knife through butter. The black sword light flashed like lightning and thunder. However, Chang Hu's fist strength seemed to have a mind of its own. They all avoided Chen Zong's sword and continued to attack from all directions. Immediately, Chang Hu crossed his arms and opened his palms. Like a ferocious tiger opening its bloody mouth, a ball of terrifying fiery red qi suddenly rose up like a raging flame. The fiery red qi emitted an extremely terrifying temperature. It kept spinning in Chang Hu's palm. The more it spun, the more condensed and expanded. It gradually turned from a crimson red to a whitish red, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Captain is using his ultimate moves so quickly. Fierce Tiger Roar Bullet, that's the captain's trump card. The team members were all shocked. In normal battles, Captain would not use this ultimate move unless it was the last moment. This was because it would consume a lot of energy and burden. Of course, it was also extremely powerful and terrifying. Even people who were at the same level as Chang Hu would not be able to withstand this attack. Facing this attack that was still accumulating energy, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. This meant that this attack was powerful enough to threaten his life. However, the fist strength coming from all directions was extremely violent. It came wave after wave, extremely powerful and terrifying. Chen Zong had to take it seriously. He swung his sword. As the sword trembled slightly, countless sword lights shot out like black lightning. It was like a net of swords that was spread out. It was incomparably flexible and tough, resisting the powerful fist force that came from all directions. Then, Chun Zong used the mystic heart change, the heart everlasting illusion. As his figure swayed, he became illusory and extremely agile. With a boom, it was as if the Tiger King had descended. Chang Hu pushed his arms forward. The violent white and red chi strength rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It pierced through the sky and turned into a chi strength as thick as a person's waist. The front of the chi strength was in the shape of a tiger's head. His hair stood on end. Chun Zong's face was extremely solemn. He used the heart everlasting illusion to the extreme, but he still felt that he was locked on. This was the first time that Chun Zong had encountered an attack that he could dodge with his body movement. Perhaps it was because his body movement was not good enough, but it also meant that the opponent's attack was amazing. Since it was difficult to dodge, there was no need to waste energy. He paused for a moment. It was as if countless figures were coming from all directions. With a sword in hand, the body of the sword trembled. Heaven's Scar. The black sword light tore through the sky. Heaven's Scar, which was activated with 100% void sword force, carried the third level of sword force, sword intent, thunder intent, and wind intent. Its power was even more powerful. In martial arts, the more true intent was integrated, the more powerful it would be. This was a well-known fact. However, it was not difficult to integrate one true intent. On the contrary, it was easy to integrate one true intent. However, it was difficult to integrate two true intent. One had to find a perfect point of integration to ensure that the true intents would not conflict with each other. Moreover, the true intents had to be compatible with each other and depend on each other to bring out their full power. Therefore, the more true intents integrated, the more difficult it would be. Heaven's Scar was a move that Chun Zong created by combining the foundation of Space Splitter with his own sword Dao. At the beginning, he had integrated one true intent, which was the sword intent. After all, it was a sword move. After that, Chun Zong integrated the thunder intent. The difficulty was not bad. However, when he integrated the wind intent, he encountered a lot of difficulties and spent a lot of time to overcome it. As for the fourth true intent, it was even more difficult. Even so, the integration of three true intents in addition to the third level of sword force made the power of this move extremely terrifying. With a boom, the white and red tiger head exploded. Heaven's Scar was also shattered at the same time. The terrifying power rushed in all directions, and a part of it poured madly towards Chun Zong. The speed was too fast for him to dodge. Chun Zong could only activate his protective spiritual power to the extreme and the devil-slaying device to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the violent explosion covered a radius of hundreds of meters. The 9 members of Chang Hu's team had already retreated at the moment of the explosion. However, they were still affected and were sent flying. Their chi and blood were shaken, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion did not stop. Again and again, Chun Zong and Chang Hu's figures were swallowed up. Captain! The 9 team members were all horrified. Under such a terrifying power, could their captain still survive? As for the other person, they did not care. Immediately, a figure rushed out with a white and red aura. After landing, his body shook and the white and red aura around him dispersed. Captain! The person who rushed out was Chang Hu. Chang Hu's face was pale, and there was a trace of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had used up too much energy. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had suffered internal injuries, and his robe was tattered and charred. He had used a lot of energy to perform that move. Moreover, he had been hit by the aftershock of the explosion and had to use his remaining energy to resist. Naturally, he had suffered some injuries. However, it did not matter. Looking at the gradually subsiding explosion, A smile appeared on Chang Hu's pale face. He believed that Chen Zong would not be able to withstand such an explosion. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. He quickly took out an elixir to heal his internal injuries and restore his energy. After a few breaths, the violent explosion finally subsided. There was a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide in the ground. The pit was charred black, as if it had been destroyed by a raging fire. There were also many finger-thick scratches, which were densely packed. It was a shocking sight. "He's still alive," one of the team members exclaimed. Sure enough, there was a figure standing in the huge pit. It seemed that he was safe and sound. Chen Zong was indeed safe and sound. That level of explosion was undoubtedly very powerful. If it had been an ordinary person at the peak or limit of the 9th tier of the human realm, there was no guarantee that they would have survived. Even if they could, they would have been severely injured. However, Chen Zong looked safe and sound. In addition to his own powerful strength, it was also due to the devil-slaying device on him. This was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, which had greatly weakened the impact of the explosion. Chen Zong's cultivation of the Tao of body refining was also not bad, so his defensive power was very strong. With these two protections, he had completely withstood the terrifying explosion. Chapter 805. Kill! The arrow left the bowstring and shot through the air like a fiery meteor. It pierced through the air with incredible power and shot toward Chen Zong. The other person drew his bow to the limit. The cold arrow was burning with qi and flowed like water. It locked onto Chen Zong from afar. Chang Hu's aura continued to recover and his pale face gradually regained its color. The sword light flashed like a black thunderbolt and smashed the arrow into pieces, causing it to explode. Countless breaths filled the air like smoke. Chen Zong's figure shot out from the smoke and turned in midair. He sped up and charged forward with his sword in hand. Boom! Chang Hu punched again. The qi transformed into a roaring tiger head. The team member holding the shield suddenly rushed forward and placed the shield in front of him. Tyrannical power continuously surged into the shield, breaking through the air and shooting out like a meteor. The two members wielding sabers and swords charged in from the left and right respectively, while the person wielding the short sword flashed and quickly slithered across the ground, appearing behind Chen Zong and rapidly closing in on him. Long-range attacks, defense, and close-range attack. They cooperated with each other to kill Chen Zong. With this kind of tacit cooperation, they had killed countless powerful monsters. Now they wanted to kill Chen Zong. It had to be said that their cooperation was indeed very tacit, which made Chen Zong feel very surprised. This kind of cooperation was definitely something that could only be honed through thousands of tempering. This cooperation was enough for them to fight against someone stronger than them. Chang Hu took the opportunity to recover his strength. He swung the Demon Slayer sword continuously. One slashed at the person with the shield, another slashed at the person who attacked from behind, and another slashed at the other people who came from different directions. At the same time, Chen Zong was also paying attention to the two people who had locked onto him with their arrows. Chang Hu stared at Chen Zong's movements and looked for an opportunity. He had recovered more than half of his strength. He could attack again. When the time was right, he would attack and kill Chen Zong in one fell swoop. At the thought of this, Chang Hu's eyes burned with passion as he stared at Chen Zong's sword and robe. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be a middle-grade spiritual weapon. If he could obtain a middle-grade spiritual sword and a middle-grade spiritual robe, he would be able to increase his strength. It wasn't that Chang Hu didn't have any suspicions, but he knew of the existence of the demon-suppressing army, but not the Demon Execution Division. The Demon Execution Division could be considered a secret department to a certain extent, and only the members of the demon-suppressing army and some powerful demon hunters knew about it. Chang Hu's position in the 10,000 plum demon hunt squad was indeed not low, but among the demon hunters as a whole, he could only be considered average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to have such thoughts. Trying to take over the demon-slaying division meant that they had lived for too long. Everlasting illusion. The silhouettes were constantly changing. Every silhouette was incomparably nimble, making it impossible for people to capture them. It was difficult to differentiate between the real and the fake. With a loud bang, another arrow pierced through the air and shot towards him. These two demon hunters usually wouldn't shoot at the same time. Instead, one of them would shoot while the other would lock onto the target, waiting for an opportunity to act. This way, the threat would be greater, and it would be easier for them to kill their target. The arrow pierced through Chunzong, but it was only an afterimage. Chunzong's real body appeared behind the demon hunter, who was wielding a dagger like an assassin. "Be careful." The other archer immediately loosened his fingers, and an arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. However, Chunzong was even faster. Under the absolute difference in strength, although the demon hunter's reaction was fast, it was still a bit too slow. With a flash of a pitch-black sword light, the arrow was cut in half. The arrow had just pierced through Chunzong's body, when another afterimage appeared. His body condensed in midair, and countless afterimages converged like 100 rivers returning to the current. Chunzong moved, his head facing forward, his body parallel to the ground. With a turn of his body, his speed increased by 10%, leaving behind a silhouette. With a second turn, his speed increased by another 10%, leaving behind a second silhouette. Profound heart transformation? Spiral 9 turns. This was the second transformation of the profound heart transformation technique that Chunzong had created himself. It was different from the everlasting heart's bewilderment and quickness. The 9 revolutions spiral pursued speed, pure speed. Every time the body made a revolution, the speed would increase by 10%. If Chunzong's initial speed was 10, then after the first turn, his speed would be 11. After the second turn, his speed would not be 12, but 11 plus 10% of 11. After 12, his speed would continue to increase, becoming faster and faster. With every turn of his body, the air behind him would be repelled by the friction between his body and the air. Under the impact of the illusory sword force, there would be a burst of recoil force. Boom, boom, boom. Afterimages were left in the air, vivid and lifelike. After 9 turns, Chunzong's speed had increased to an astonishing level, more than twice his initial speed. A sword pierced through the air. Chang Hu's expression changed. This speed was beyond his ability to capture. All he could see was a flash of black sword light, followed by many afterimages. The remaining 8 members were at the peak of the 8th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Although they could challenge opponents of a higher level, the gap between them and Chunzong was too large. Under the spiral 9 turns, they could not even see Chunzong's figure. No matter how good their teamwork was, it was useless. The demon-slaying sword was drawn, and it questioned the heart. Chang Hu's expression froze. A hint of struggle flashed through his eyes, and he instantly became clear-headed. Questioning the heart targeted the soul. Those with weak souls would be greatly affected, while those with strong souls would be less affected, or even not affected at all. Chang Hu's soul was very strong, so he was only slightly affected. As the sword arrived, the long tiger's 2 fists collided, creating an intense shockwave. The fiery red chi rolled out like waves, and the shadow of a long tiger condensed behind Yi Chen's back. Then, it pounced forward. The fierce tiger was torn apart by Chunzong's sword. Chang Hu took this opportunity to retreat quickly, his hands continuously patting his body. Every time he patted, Chang Hu's body would tremble, and his chi would rise continuously. Chang Hu's face gradually turned red and hot, as if there was a flame burning inside him. With a boom, a scorching chi force shot up from Chang Hu's body. The sound was like a tiger roaring in the forest, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Chang Hu's strength exceeded his limit. Kill! With a loud roar, the rapidly retreating Chang Hu paused for a moment. Then, it was as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands behind him that suddenly burst forth with an incomparably shocking power, pushing Chang Hu violently, causing Chang Hu to instantly pounce towards Chen Zong. Roar! With a shocking roar, Chang Hu seemed to have transformed into a huge red tiger. Like a divine tiger descending from the heavens, he rushed towards Chen Zong. Secret skill. Ultimate move. With this move, he vowed to kill Chen Zong. As for the aftereffects of using this move, he couldn't care less. Such a powerful enemy with such great potential should be killed first, and the aftereffects could be dealt with later. Wielding the sword with both hands, the sword trembled violently, and a black light flowed through it like water. Heaven's Scar. The sword tore the sky apart, and the black sword scar stretched forward as if it was endless. It was the most powerful move below the king level. Chang Hu's secret skill was also the most powerful move below the king level. Both were the most powerful moves, but who was stronger? In an instant, a terrifying force spread out, surging in all directions, and everything was torn to pieces. Under the intense light, Chen Zong endured the impact of the huge force, withstanding the pain in his bones and muscles, and slashed out again. Heaven's Scar. Although Heaven's Scar was more suitable for Chen Zong to use, and the burden on him was much less than Sky Splitter, using it twice at full strength, and under such a powerful backlash, there was still a clear burden on him. Another black sword scar tore through the sky, splitting the violent Qi, and also splitting Chang Hu, who was temporarily weakened after using all his strength. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded one after another, and beams of light fell like a meteor shower, blasting open the hard ground. A black sword scar tore through the sky, leaving a long sword scar on the ground, and disappeared into the distance. Captain! Captain is dead. The remaining 8 demon hunters were shocked, but they quickly reacted. They didn't want to avenge Chang Hu, but instead, they rushed in different directions at full speed. They had to admit that their reaction was the best. Because even their captain was no match for him, they were even less of a match for him. The best choice was to escape first. As long as they could survive, they could send the news back, and then take their revenge. Escaping separately was also to prevent the enemy from chasing after them, and to catch them all in one fell swoop. As long as someone could escape, they could take revenge. Their actions had indeed saved their lives. After Chen Zong landed, he couldn't immediately chase after them. He needed some time to recover from the strong impact and using Heaven's Scar twice in a row. Not much, just a breath's time, but this short breath's time allowed the 8 demon hunters to rush thousands of meters away. After 2 breaths of time, Chen Zong recovered and chased after them without hesitation. Mystic Heart Change. Spiral 9 revolutions. In an instant, 9 consecutive revolutions raised Chen Zong's speed to the extreme. Chen Zong's speed was already very fast, faster than many people at the peak of the extreme LV9 human realm. With twice the speed increase, it was even more terrifying. He caught up with the first of the 8 and swung his sword. The black sword light pierced through the sky like lightning, piercing through the back. Kill. His body turned in midair, and like a swallow, he quickly chased in another direction. Another kill. Chasing the 3rd. Kill. 4th kill. 5th kill. 6th kill. 7th kill. 8th, he couldn't find him. He didn't know how he hid his tracks, but there was no trace of him. After searching for a while, Chen Zong had to give up, and his opinion of these demon hunters increased. In terms of speed, the other party wasn't as fast as him, but they managed to escape in less than 20 breaths of time. Chen Zong also knew that the other party's escape would bring him trouble, but so what? Chapter 806. Holding a low-grade spiritual source in each of his hands, he operated his mysterious heart technique, absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual source into his body, replenishing his consumed spiritual energy. Chunzong's 2 legs were like rolling wheels, rapidly running on the hard and desolate ground. Just one more to reach 100, Chunzong secretly said. This mission would appear in the demon-slaying division's imprint in the form of words, making it easy to check. As for contribution points, killing low-grade demons would give 10 to 100 points according to their rank. Chunzong had already killed over 1,000 low-grade demons, and the demon-slaying imprint had reached 40,000 contribution points. Killing demons and sharpening his swordsmanship, each strike was more concise and more deadly than before. The roar was astonishing and the aura was berserk. Immediately, an extremely terrifying sound of breaking wind could be heard, whistling as a black fist shot out like a storm. Chunzong's sword slashed out, and an incomparably sharp sword light split apart the black storm of fist energy, before striking the opponent's chest, leaving a sword scar. This was a gigantic armed demonic bear. In the demon-suppressing army, every grade of demon was ranked, but only the top 100 were ranked. And this gigantic armed demonic bear was ranked 9th among the low-grade demons. This ranking was not completely based on strength, but on a comprehensive basis. Bloodline, potential, strength and other aspects were all taken into consideration. But once one entered the top 100, their strength would definitely not be weak. For example, this gigantic armed demonic bear was ranked 9th, a low-grade demon of the 8th step. But because of its extraordinary bloodline and potential, its tyrannical strength surpassed many low-grade demons of the 9th step. Its strength was unparalleled, and extremely terrifying. Among all the low-grade demons recorded, it was ranked 2nd. However, the gigantic armed demonic bear's weakness was very obvious, and that was its slow speed. It was only at the level of a low-grade demon of the 8th step. Otherwise, the gigantic armed demonic bear's ranking might have reached the 8th or even the 7th. The gigantic armed demonic bear was very powerful, but Chunzong was not the slightest bit weaker. To the extent that Chunzong took the initiative to approach the gigantic armed demonic bear, engaging in close combat. Chunzong could clearly feel the terrifying power of the gigantic armed demonic bear. With a wave of its arms, it brought about an astonishing pressure and a storm. Brushing past him, he felt numb all over. It was hard to imagine that if he had been hit directly, he would have been directly blown apart. But Chunzong wouldn't be blown away either. In terms of pure strength, he was definitely inferior to the gigantic armed demonic bear, but in terms of agility, he clearly surpassed the gigantic armed demonic bear. His figure was incomparably nimble, as light as a feather. Swaying in the storm, the demon-slaying sword waited for an opportunity to strike, its incomparably sharp edge cutting through the gigantic armed demonic bear's tough skin and penetrating deep into his flesh. The gigantic armed demonic bear's strength was unparalleled, and its physique was extremely tyrannical, causing its skin to be incomparably tough. Its defensive power was astonishing, and ordinary low-grade spiritual tools would have a hard time breaking through it. But the demon-slaying sword was a mid-grade spiritual tool, and one made to deal with demons. Its destructive power was beyond doubt. His incomparably nimble figure circled around the gigantic armed demonic bear's body, and his sword cut through the gigantic armed demonic bear's skin, leaving behind one sword wound after another. The gigantic armed demonic bear was wounded time and time again, becoming more and more berserk. Its massive body burst out with astonishing power, and its 2 arms ruthlessly ravaged the surroundings, smashing everything to pieces. Chunzong moved about with ease, just like a roaming dragon in a berserk sea. At the start, the pressure Chunzong bore wasn't small, and he was also affected. But Chunzong bore the pressure while carefully comprehending it, unceasingly improving his profound heart transformation technique, turning the pressure into assistance. His figure rushed up from below, and with a slash of his sword, he was like a hidden dragon leaving its lair. In midair, he looked down from above, and after a slight pause, he slashed down once again. Heavenly Scar. A powerful demonic creature like the gigantic armed demonic bear was hard to kill without a strong enough attack. As the black sword slashed down, the gigantic armed demonic bear was too fast to evade, and could only barely raise its two arms to resist. Its tyrannical demonic energy surged violently, pouring into its two arms. With a light sound, the sword slashed down, cutting off the gigantic armed demonic bear's two arms, and penetrating deep into the ground, leaving behind a deep sword scar. With the death of the gigantic armed demonic bear, the contribution points in the demon execution imprint increased once again. Meanwhile, the mission given to Chen Zong by the chief was also completed. Chen Zong decided to leave the Earth Demon Abyss first, and return to the Demon Execution Department. This trip had brought him great benefits, and it was time for him to return and enter seclusion for a period of time, carefully comprehending and absorbing. Only, things didn't go as planned. On the way back, Chen Zong encountered an extremely powerful demonic creature. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a human's, but even more malevolent and huge. On its thin body there were 3 pairs of arms, a total of 6. Each arm held a black curved blade. The curved blades were simple in appearance, but incomparably sharp, glinting with cold light. 6-armed blade demon. Ranked second among the lower-ranked demonic creatures, it had a cultivation of the lower 9th step, possessing great strength and great speed, as well as exquisite blade techniques. Apart from being inferior to the gigantic armed demonic bear in terms of absolute strength, it crushed the gigantic armed demonic bear in all other aspects. The 6-armed blade demon's pitch-black eyes stared at Chen Zong. Dense killing intent blazed within them. With a wave of its 6 arms, the 6 curved blades transformed into numerous illusions like wings, propelling the body of the 6-armed blade demon forward at an astonishing speed. Like a pitch-black lightning, it carried an extremely terrifying killing intent and fierceness as it charged towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as his expression turned solemn. The blade radiance that was slashing towards him was like a bolt of lightning that split the sky. It was dazzling and filled with killing intent. Basically, the top 10 ranked demonic creatures belonged to the rarer and more powerful demonic creatures. Their bloodlines were extraordinary, and their potential exceeded that of other demonic creatures. This 6-armed blade demon was ranked second among the lower-ranked demonic creatures. Its strength was astonishing, and it was known as the strongest demonic creature below the king rank. As for the top-ranked demonic creature, it was completely a king-ranked demonic creature. Of course, among the lower-ranked demonic creatures, it wasn't only the top-ranked demonic creature that was king-rank. There were other demonic creatures as well, but they were formed by special opportunities. In terms of bloodline and potential, they couldn't compare to the top-ranked demonic creature. Take the gigantic armed demonic bear for example. If it lived long enough, it could become a king-ranked beast. This 6-armed blade demon was the same. However, the 6-armed blade demon's chances of becoming a king-ranked beast were higher than the gigantic armed demonic bear's because its bloodline was better. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Zong's eyes became extremely sharp. The 6-armed blade demon was ranked second among the lower-ranked demonic creatures, and was known as the strongest demonic creature below the king rank. Then, let's see. Unsheathing the demon-slaying sword, Chen Zong took a step forward. His body pulled out a streak of light, and he flew out like a bolt of lightning, stabbing with his sword. In an instant, Chen Zong was faced with 6 lightning-fast curved blades attacking him from 6 different directions. Chen Zong felt as if he was being attacked by 6 swordsmen who were proficient in the saber Dao at the same time. The pressure increased tremendously, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. While Shao Qin was startled, he swung his sword. His sword split into 6 sword lights, blocking the attacks of the 6 curved sabers. The tyrannical force shattered the sword lights, and Shao Qin charged forward like a hot knife through butter. This kind of strength was very strong, and it also had a domineering sharpness, as if it could cut through anything. With a poochie sound, Chen Zong's body was shattered by the 6 black saber lights. However, his real body reformed behind the 6-armed blade demon, and he attacked with his sword. The 6-armed blade demon reacted quickly. It turned around and slashed continuously with its curved blades. The saber lights were as fierce as a waterfall, engulfing Chen Zong. Once the 6-armed blade demon's curved blades attacked, it was continuous like a long river. It did not give Chen Zong any chance to take a breather. Under such a violent and continuous attack, Chen Zong could only passively defend. It was hard for him to find a chance to counterattack. Every slash was not only as fast as thunder, but also as heavy as a mountain. Although the technique was not ingenious, and there were not many variations, it perfectly combined strength and speed, so that the power of every slash was at its peak. Not only that, but Chen Zong could also feel that the strength of every slash of the 6-armed blade demon overlapped. After the first wave, there was a second wave. In other words, every slash of the 6-armed blade demon contained 2 waves of strength, as if 2 blades were attacking at the same time. Double strength, Chen Zong thought as he defended. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Connecting the dots, Chen Zong thought of the martial arts of the 1,000 refining path. 1,000 refining fist, 1,000 refining palm, 1,000 refining finger, 1,000 refining leg, 4 kinds of body refining martial art. In the end, each of them was a brilliant application of one's strength. The power of the 1,000 refining fist was compressed, the power of the 1,000 refining palm was overlapped, the power of the 1,000 refining finger was spiraling, and the power of the 1,000 refining leg was pressing. The double strength of the 6-armed blade demon was similar to the overlapping power of the 1,000 refining palm. However, in comparison, there were obvious differences. The power of the 1,000 refining palm was one wave after another, like the waves of the sea. There was a certain interval between each wave. It did not directly defeat the enemy with the most tyrannical power, but used continuous attacks to defeat the enemy. The double strength of the 6-armed blade demon was more concentrated and more tyrannical. The interval between the 2 waves of strength was also shorter. Overall, the double strength of the 6-armed blade demon was not as strong as the overlapping power of the 1,000 refining palm. However, there was a lot of potential to be discovered. Chen Zong endured the 6-armed blade demon's scimitar slashes and the impact of the 2 forces as he carefully sensed it. There was no doubt that if he could master the double strength, his attack power would also be improved. Every slash of the blade made the demon's slaying sword tremble. The tyrannical power impacted Chen Zong's arm, bringing a heavy load. Even though Chen Zong's cultivation of the body refining Tao was not bad, he still felt excruciating pain. Chen Zong saw how powerful the 6-armed blade demon was. He was completely at a disadvantage. He could only passively endure the opponent's attacks, and could not find a chance to counterattack. However, Chen Zong was extremely tough. No matter how the 6-armed blade demon slashed at him, he gritted his teeth and endured. He continued to experience the wonders of the double strength and then combined them with the 1,000 refining palm. He tried to understand and comprehend the double strength. At Chen Zong's level, he could think of hundreds of thoughts at the same time. Each thought was thinking about the same problem. It was faster and more efficient. Chapter 807. The 6 consecutive strikes were like 6 pitch-black thunderbolts piercing through the air. With an ear-piercing sound, Chen Zong's body trembled and flew backward. The demon slayer's sword was trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn and dripping with blood. His right arm was covered in wounds and blood was oozing out, dyeing his arm red. Under the continuous impact of the 12 consecutive strikes, not only was Chun Zong's right arm injured, but his internal organs were also impacted and started bleeding. It was too strong. If the Demon Slayer device had not weakened part of the impact, and if Chun Zong's physique was not strong enough, he would have suffered more than just internal injuries. This also made Chun Zong aware of the limitations of the Demon Slayer device. As long as the attack did not fall directly on the Demon Slayer device, it could only weaken part of the impact. Only when the attack fell directly on the Demon Slayer device could it resist most of the impact. Feeling the impact of the successive strikes, although it was painful, it was a different experience that was even more profound. In an instant, a burst of inspiration made Chun Zong's eyes brighten. As he retreated rapidly, he took out an elixir to speed up the recovery of his injuries. Of course, the six-armed blade demon would not let Chun Zong go so easily. It chased after him closely, and the 6 black scimitars pierced through the air again. Infinity illusion. Chun Zong's body was constantly changing, and countless afterimages were drifting in all directions. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, the black scimitars slashed through the afterimages and cut towards Chun Zong's real body like maggots in a tarsal bone. There was nowhere to hide. Chun Zong tried to change his body continuously, but he could not get rid of the scimitars' pursuit. The 6-armed blade demon's eyes were locked on Chun Zong's real body. No matter where Chun Zong appeared, the scimitars would immediately slash at him like lightning. It was impossible to guard against, and each strike contained double the power. Taking a deep breath, Chun Zong's expression became colder and colder. He gently slashed with the Demon Slayer's sword and broke through the air. Slash! The moment the sword and the scimitars collided, the first wave of power on the scimitars broke out fiercely. At the same time, the first wave of power on the Demon Slayer sword also broke out and rushed forward. Then came the explosive impact of the second wave of power. The demon-slaying sword was knocked away, and the scimitar went straight for Chun Zong. Although Chun Zong's sword also contained double strength, he was still not proficient enough. He had just comprehended it and was not proficient enough. Retreat. He swung his sword. Double strength. After several collisions, Chun Zong became more and more proficient in using the double strength. In the end, he was not inferior to the 6-armed blade demon. I'll send you to hell. After mastering the double strength, the gap between him and the 6-armed blade demon was even. Chun Zong began his counterattack. In an instant, Chun Zong seemed to have grown many arms. He held a sword in each hand and kept slashing. Each sword contained double the impact of the force, and the power was even more powerful. Chop, chop, chop. The void sword energy exploded with full power, without holding anything back. Under the double strength, its power was even more shocking. 6 swords were unleashed consecutively. After striking the 6-armed blade demon's scimitar, the demon-slaying sword emitted a terrifying pitch-black radiance. The sword pierced through the air, as if it was tearing the heavens apart, leaving behind an indestructible scar. Heaven's Scar. Heaven's Scar was Chun Zong's most powerful sword attack. He would find the right opportunity to kill with one strike. The moment Chun Zong killed the 6-armed blade demon, a crack suddenly appeared in the gloomy and oppressive sky. It was as if the sky was torn apart by an invisible sharp blade. The crack stretched for hundreds of meters. It was like an eyelid that suddenly split open, revealing a huge vertical eye. The pupil of the vertical eye was extremely huge. In the center there was a smear of blood red. It spread to the side, becoming dark red and then light red. At the edge there were specks of light gold. It looked extremely mysterious. The moment the gigantic eye opened, Chun Zong's body suddenly froze. It was as if he had lost control of himself. A bone-chilling feeling surged up from the depths of his bones and soul. He could not move. This kind of pressure seemed to fall directly into the depths of his soul. It was a kind of difference in nature. It was like the difference between a god and a mortal. Chernzong maintained the posture of raising his head. His eyes were fixed on the huge eye in the sky. It was cold, emotionless, aloof, like a demon overlooking the mortal world. Cold sweat seeped out drop by drop and flowed down, drenching his whole body. Chernzong kept urging his strength, but he found that his strength was completely suppressed. He could not move at all. In fact, even his consciousness was gradually solidifying. Under this huge vertical eye, Chernzong felt as if he had been seen through completely. All his secrets were seen through and there was nowhere to hide. He felt that in the next breath, he would be crushed like an ant. This kind of feeling was unprecedented. He could not even activate the power of the dark feather shield in his body. But in the next breath, when Chernzong felt that he was going to be crushed, the huge vertical eye suddenly closed and disappeared. After a few breaths, Chernzong's body swayed. He felt sore and weak, as if he had collapsed. He almost fell. Relying on his extraordinary willpower, he managed to stand up. Taking a deep breath, he quickly recovered his lost strength. Chernzong could feel the surging power in his body, surging like a tide. The feeling of gradually getting rid of the exhaustion and recovering strength was wonderful. At the same time, his mind also recovered, and he started to think like lightning. That eye. Chernzong's face was full of fear. He recalled the ancient books he had read, the ancient books related to the earth demon Abyss's eye. However, after searching, Chernzong could not find any memory of that eye. In other words, he had never seen any records that matched that eye. He could only wait until he went back to check. The appearance of the huge eye sounded the alarm for Chernzong. He did not intend to stay any longer. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to the entrance between the third and second level. For no reason, Chernzong felt a burst of uneasiness. Therefore, regardless of the consumption of spiritual power, he used all his strength to display the Xuanxin transformation technique. He held a mid-grade spiritual source in each hand to continuously replenish the consumption of spiritual power. At the same time, all the demons who entered the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss received a new order, or a new rule for the hunt. Hunting a human would get a lot of points, which was crucial to the ranking of the big hunting match. All of a sudden, the younger generation of demons heard the news and started to search for the human. As long as they could kill the human, they would be able to get into the top 3 in terms of hunting points. If they counted the other points, it would not be a problem for them to get first place. Human, your time of death has come. The cryptic and mixed language of the demon race resounded. Immediately, a terrifying energy fluctuation bombarded from the side, like a meteor piercing through the sky, bringing with it an extremely berserk energy. Chernzong glanced over and saw a devil clan member who was more than 5 meters tall and had an incomparably strong body. He was ferociously thrusting out a huge spear in his hand. The spear contained an extremely terrifying power as it ruthlessly pierced towards Chernzong, piercing through the sky. Giant Demon Clan. This was one of the demon clans, with a huge body and more powerful power, more terrible than the Demon Beast clan. In terms of status among the demon clans, it was comparable to the Blood Demon clan. It was not something that the Demon Beast clan and the Winged Demon clan could compare with. The Giant Demon clan's body was huge, so its power was naturally more powerful, and its power was more amazing. Every blow was like a landslide, extremely terrible. Chernzong's reaction was extremely fast. His figure swayed, as light and agile as a feather, avoiding the fierce blow of the Giant Demon clan. The Demon Slayer sword was unsheathed, turning into a black lightning that broke through the sky. Without any luck, he killed the Giant Demon Slayer sword. Although the giant demon clan was powerful, there was still some gap between them and Chenzong. Not long after killing the giant demon clan, Chenzong encountered two more demon beasts. When the two demon beasts saw Chenzong, they were extremely excited and desperately tried to kill him. This made Chenzong very surprised. Madness. From these demons, Chenzong saw madness, a kind of crazy idea and momentum to kill him. Why? Chenzong did not understand. However, the closer he got to the exit from the third level to the second level, the more demons he encountered, the more confused Chenzong became. It seemed that these demons were specifically targeting him. Suddenly, Chenzong thought of the huge eye that appeared in the sky without warning. Although he didn't know exactly what that single eye was, he felt that it was the cause of all of this. However, what exactly was that single eye? Once he thought of that huge eye in the sky, Chenzong felt a chill run down his spine. As he moved forward, Chenzong kept getting closer to the whirlpool black hole from the third level to the second level. He encountered more and more demons, and Chenzong kept killing them. Fortunately, although these demons were not weak, they were all low-level demons. Furthermore, they were not king-ranked martial artists. When Chenzong saw the entrance from the third level to the second level, he also saw dozens of demons. These demons came from different tribes, including the Beast Demon Clan, the Winged Demon Clan, the Giant Demon Clan, and the Blood Demon Clan. Some of the younger generation of the four major tribes on the fourth level of the Earth Demon Abyss were gathered here. Their purpose was naturally to wait for the arrival of their target, the human race. Human race. That's him. Kill. Seeing Chenzong, these demons were very excited. In their eyes, Chenzong was equivalent to a large number of hunting points, equivalent to the top 3 of the big hunting competition. How difficult was it to be in the top 3? First, it was the competition between tribes, then the competition between tribes, and finally the competition between demons. 3 rounds of competition, each more difficult than the last. To be the first in the demon clan, the reward was unparalleled. This special honor was unparalleled, and it would be immortalized for generations. The demon race cared more about reputation than he had imagined. Therefore, they all came. Those who had not come were either dead or were still on their way. Looking at the dark whirlpool in the distance, that was the exit to the second level. Looking at the demons in front of him, Chenzong took a deep breath. He was very clear that this was a bloody road. No matter what the reason was, if they wanted to leave the third floor, they had to pass through these dozens of devils. This was destined to be a bloody path, a path of slaughter. Chenzong was very clear. He could tell just by looking at the expressions of the devils. Those were bloodthirsty eyes, eyes of killing. Since that was the case, then kill. Kill to the end, kill to open a bloody road, kill for the future. Chapter 808. The black sword mark seemed to have come from the distant horizon and extended to the other end of the horizon. The sword had split the heaven and earth into 2. Under the sword's scars, the bodies of the devil clansmen were slashed one by one. With just one sword strike, he had killed more than a dozen 7th Order and 8th Order devil clansmen. It was an incomparably carefree and unstoppable feeling. The other demons were equally astounded. The strength of this human was way beyond their imaginations. Kill! However, these devils were not frightened. Instead, their killing intent grew even stronger. The body of the demonic beast swelled up, and the berserk demonic beast energy filled his body. His astonishing aura wreaked havoc like a storm, exploding with a loud bang. Boom! Boom! It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts were surging, as if the tides were raging. Numerous ferocious attacks came from all directions, bringing with them shocking killing intent and destruction. They carved out numerous shocking gullies on the ground as they madly attacked. Chenzong's expression was grave. The attacks coming from all directions were incomparably terrifying. That kind of terrifying pressure invaded his body, as if it was going to crush him. Facing the siege of dozens of devils at the same time, each of them was very strong. This kind of pressure was extremely shocking. Chunzong also realized that there were 2 devil clan members who didn't make a move. Instead, they stood under the dark vortex and stared at him coldly. The aura they emitted was even more condensed and terrifying. One of them was a beast devil, while the other was a blood devil. Chunzong diverted some of his attention to pay attention to the movements of the 2 men while dealing with the tyrannical attacks coming from all directions. The Demon Slayer sword slashed out continuously, each strike containing double the power, shattering one powerful attack after another. The explosions went on, covering all directions and engulfing Chunzong. Following that, another pitch-black sword light tore through the air, slashing out from the incomparably violent explosion, slashing through the bodies of several demon race people, cutting them in half. Chop, chop, chop. Kill, kill, kill. Using the everlasting fantasy heart and the 9 revolutions spiral alternately, Chunzong's body became more agile and faster. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Chunzong's cultivation did not improve much compared to before, but his strength was stronger. After all, Chunzong had experienced many battles here, and there were a few times when he was on the verge of death, which greatly stimulated his potential. The Demon Slayer device resisted the tyrannical attack, and its tyrannical physique further blocked the remaining attack, ensuring that it was safe and sound. The sharpness of the Demon Slayer sword also increased the damage to the demons. Their strong physique could not resist at all. When the Demon Slayer sword hit them, they were as fragile as paper. Furthermore, the self-healing ability that the demons were so proud of was also affected by the demon-slaying sword. Chi! Chi! Streaks of sword light tore through the sky, and black blood splashed everywhere. One after another, the demonic beasts were killed by Chunzong's sword. The 2 motionless demonic beasts and blood demons squinted their eyes and stared at Chunzong. They were surprised by the strength that Chunzong had displayed. At the same time, their strength surged in their bodies, and they wanted to soar into the sky. Zhaguluo, do you want to make the first move, or should I? The young expert from the Blood Demon clan asked in a shrill voice. I can make the first move, but you have to swear in the name of the demon god that you will not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on me. The young expert from the Demonic Beast clan, Zhaguluo, said in a deep voice. The Demonic Beast clan was more belligerent than the Blood Demon clan. When he saw Chunzong's strength, his fighting spirit was already surging, and he almost soared into the sky. He had to fight, but there was still the Blood Demon clan beside him. If the Blood Demon clan suddenly launched a sneak attack on him while he was fighting with the human, he was not confident that he could withstand it. After all, the other party's strength was not weaker than his. Okay. The Blood Demon clan immediately swore in the name of the demon god that he would definitely not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zhaguluo. The demon god was the god that all the demon clans revered. It was extremely solemn. When one swore in the name of the demon god, even the Thear-cranked demon clan's formidable martial artists would not dare to go against it. The young expert from the Demonic Beast clan, Zhaguluo, was the strongest among the young experts from the Demonic Beast clan on the 4th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. His strength was infinitely close to that of a king-ranked martial artist. The Blood Demon clan was also the strongest among the young experts from the Demonic Beast clan on the 4th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. They were not weaker than Zhaguluo at all. Their strength made them unwilling to team up with others, even if they were from the same clan. This time, if the new hunting rules had not been set to target this human, they would not have specially rushed here. Originally, they had looked down on the human from the bottom of their hearts. They did not expect the human to be so strong. At this time, one by one, the demons were killed by Chunzong. Chernzong was also clear that it was not easy to kill these demons. During this period, he had been hit several times. If it was not for the devil-slaying device, which had greatly weakened the attack power, he would have been injured many times. Human, you are very strong. I, Zha Guluo from the demonic beast clan, will have a fair fight with you. Zha Guluo glanced at the corpses of the demons on the ground. However, there was no fluctuation in his eyes at all. There was only coldness and violence. The demonic beast clan was cruel and ruthless. They would kill each other. No matter how many casualties there were, it did not matter. More importantly, the demonic beast clan worshipped strength and respected strength. They were very thorough. Weakness was the original sin. They were like ants. No matter how many of them died, they would not care. Especially for a top genius of the demonic beast clan like Zha Guluo, he was even more indifferent to the lives of the weak. However, Chernzong could not understand his words. Although he could not understand, he could still feel the other party's astonishing battle intent. Very strong. The aura that this demonic beast clan member was emitting was very strong. It was very tyrannical. It seemed to be even stronger than the six-armed saber demon. Bang! Zha Guluo shot out his fist. It was incomparably ferocious. It seemed that he did not need to accumulate his power. It would erupt directly. Under normal circumstances, there would be a short period of time before one could make a move. The more proficient one was in controlling their own strength, and the purer one's mastery of martial arts techniques, the shorter the time it would take to accumulate power. However, it seemed that this demonic beast clan member did not need to accumulate power to attack. In fact, this was not the case. He also needed to accumulate power. However, the time it took to accumulate power was shorter than other people's because of his innate talent. In addition, his mastery of his own strength had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, his attainments in martial arts techniques were very high. Therefore, the time it took to accumulate power was even shorter. This was one of the reasons why Zha Guluo could become the #1 expert among the younger generation of the demonic beast clan. The speed and ferocity of this punch were somewhat beyond Chernzong's expectations. However, Chernzong's reaction was extremely fast. He slashed out the Demon Slayer sword. The fist and the sword collided in an instant. A burst of ear-piercing metallic clanging sound was heard. Countless sparks splashed out. Double strength. Zha Guluo was secretly surprised. Then, he shot out the second punch. The third punch. The fourth punch. The fifth punch. One punch followed another. It was incomparably violent and astonishing. It converged into a violent torrent that destroyed everything in its path. Chernzong did not show any signs of weakness. He slashed out with the Demon Slayer sword again and again. Every sword strike contained double strength. Zha Guluo's pure strength was extremely astonishing. Moreover, his tyrannical demonic beast energy focused on strength. He was even more tyrannical than the giant armed demonic bear. If Chernzong had not mastered double strength, it would have been difficult for him to confront him head-on. Every time the sword and fist collided, Chernzong's mastery of double strength became more and more proficient. Zha Guluo, can you do it? If you can't, retreat to one side. Let me deal with him. The sharp voice of the blood demon sounded from the side. Zha Guluo was angry. However, he did not pay attention to the blood demon. Instead, he let out a loud roar. The demonic beast energy in his body surged like waves. It engulfed every part of his body. Booming sounds echoed unceasingly. It seemed as if something was exploding inside his body. Heavenly explosion demonic technique. The young expert of the Blood Demon clan was slightly startled. He has unexpectedly cultivated to this level. Boom! Boom! Zha Guluo punched out with both of his fists. When the demon-slaying sword collided with his fists, an extremely terrifying force rushed out and exploded in an instant. It produced an even more astonishing force that caused the demon-slaying sword to shake unceasingly. The astonishing force caused Chen Zong's palms to become numb. Explosive force. Chen Zong was also inwardly shocked. Zha Guoyuo's fists contained a terrifying explosive force. After hitting the target, the force would explode in an instant, causing even greater damage to the target. Caught off guard, Chen Zong received some impact and injuries. However, they were not serious. Both of Zha Guoyuo's fists succeeded. Then, he punched again. The Heavenly Explosion demonic technique was a famous demonic technique within the demonic beast clan. It was difficult to cultivate. However, if one could successfully cultivate it, they would be able to erupt with astonishing power. Among the demonic beast clan in the entire fourth layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, there were not many people who had successfully cultivated the Heavenly Explosion demonic technique. Moreover, most of them had spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate it. It was extremely rare for someone as young as Zha Guoyuo to be able to cultivate the Heavenly Explosion demonic technique to such a profound level. Every time Zha Guoyuo punched out, his fists would shatter the vast sky and create layers of ripples. Each ripple contained astonishing power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was like a raging wave sweeping across everything. Chen Zong's conviction was extremely firm. Even if his opponent had become stronger, he would not shrink back. The demon-slaying sword slashed out once again. The more Zha Guoyuo fought, the more shocked he became. After displaying the Heavenly Explosion demonic technique, his combat strength had increased again. The power of each punch was even more tyrannical. However, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. In the beginning, his opponent was at a disadvantage. However, gradually, this human became stronger and stronger. He was completely able to contend with him. The strength of this human was so strong. Moreover, he looked very young. He was definitely a genius of the human clan. No wonder the clan valued him so much. Exploding Fist. It was a simple name, but its power was astonishing. His fist was like a huge millstone. As it spun wildly, it shattered the vast sky. Everything around it shook endlessly like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Wild waves rose everywhere. Heaven and earth shook. An incomparably terrifying cyclone continued to condense and shatter on the fist. It repeated over and over again, bursting forth wave after wave of astonishing impact force that blended into one and fiercely blasted towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's body tensed up. A feeling of horror spread out from his bones and rushed to his whole body, making his body slightly numb. He took a deep breath and held the sword with both hands. The sword trembled violently as it slashed out. Heavenly Scar. Chapter 809. Crack. The sword light shattered and turned into countless fragments of black light. However, under Chen Zong's precise control, they shot toward Zha Guoyuo like flying needles. Zha Guoyuo's rupturing fist was also shattered by the crack in the sky. The extremely dreadful power of the explosion dashed in all directions. Zha Guoyuo intentionally controlled it, and it swept out like a wild wave. It then rushed toward Chen Zong. In an instant, the black needles and the wild wave collided once again. Both of them were defeated. Chen Zong struck out with his sword a second time. Zha Guoyuo also struck out with his fist. It was a head-on battle. There was no luck involved. The surrounding ground was ruthlessly ravaged. It shattered and collapsed unceasingly. The corpses of the demons were also torn and crushed. They turned into minced meat on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. The young expert of the Blood Demon clan crossed his arms in front of his chest. His complexion was somewhat dignified. This human could fight with Zha Guoyuo to such an extent. It was too astonishing. The Blood Demon clan wasn't as belligerent as the Demonic Beast clan. However, the Blood Demon clan was still moved by such a genius. His fighting spirit condensed unceasingly in his body. However, this was Zha Goluo's battle. Roar! His momentum was astonishing. Sound waves reverberated from Zha Goluo's mouth. Overbearing and berserk demonic beast energy emerged from his body and penetrated his bones and muscles. Strange sounds echoed. It seemed as if something was being torn apart. Zha Goluo's body, which was already incomparably strong, swelled up once again. Berserk. Every demonic beast had this innate talent. However, different demonic beasts could increase their strength differently after they went berserk. However, they could increase their fighting strength by at least 50%. It was said that some gifted demonic beasts could increase their fighting strength by 2 times after they went berserk. It was very terrifying. Zha Goluo was undoubtedly one of those gifted demonic beasts. After he went berserk, Zha Goluo's body swelled up. He became increasingly strong and tall. Every piece of his muscles emitted a faint black halo. He emitted an astonishing aura that oppressed the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the air unceasingly. Chernzong weaved hand seals as soon as Zha Goluo used the berserk technique. In a place like this, the Sword Chi Unity secret technique couldn't be used at all. Otherwise, what he absorbed would be the chaotic demon chi. Not only would it not be able to increase his strength, but it would also cause the chaotic demon chi to destroy his body and weaken his strength. Therefore, using the Sword Chi Unity secret technique in such a place was no different from committing suicide. In view of this, Chernzong had long since been prepared for this. He had learned a secret technique in the demon slaying department, and this was the first time he had used it. Secret technique. Innate chi. All living creatures had the purest and most original vital energy in their bodies. This vital energy was the source of life. Under normal circumstances, this mouthful of origin yuan chi would not be used, but the innate chi mystic technique would use this mouthful of origin yuan chi. This kind of application was to stimulate the power contained in the origin yuan chi. For a short period of time, it would increase one's strength. The normal duration was 15 minutes. If it exceeded 15 minutes, it would damage the origin yuan chi. The origin yuan chi was very important. Once it was damaged, it would be very detrimental to one's future cultivation. It would also damage one's foundation. It had to be said that the price of using the innate chi mystic technique was not small. If it exceeded the time limit, it would damage one's foundation, and it would be very difficult to restore it. However, after using the innate chi mystic technique, the power that would be stimulated from the origin yuan chi was very astonishing. It was enough to double or even triple one's strength. Zha Goluo's strength would become even more formidable if it was doubled. Chernzong's strength would also become even more formidable if it was doubled. Boom! Boom! The void vibrated. Zha Goluo's berserk technique was completed. His body expanded by 0.5 meter, and he looked even bigger and more astonishing. He stood on the ground like a small giant. The imposing aura he emitted was majestic, vigorous, and incomparably violent. Each of his muscles emitted a layer of dense black light. He looked like a black sun that was constantly emitting a jet-black halo. Inhaling and exhaling, the whistling sound swept out like a storm. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. It seemed as if an ancient demonic beast was inhaling and exhaling. It was extremely frightening. Chernzong stood opposite Zha Goluo. He had used the innate chi mystic technique. His entire body was emitting a white light. That light was burning like a flame. However, it wasn't blazing. On the contrary, it was somewhat gentle. It was like the gurgling of flowing water. It was full of a unique charm. Chernzong's aura fluctuations had also doubled under the effect of the innate chi mystic technique. His strength had also doubled. Chernzong could feel that his entire body was being wrapped up by a warm power. This power didn't seem strong. However, it contained an incomparably astonishing power. Moreover, it had a kind of unceasing momentum. Zha Goluo punched again under the berserk technique. Both of his fists were bombarded. The terrifying and boundless power of his fists was extremely overbearing. It ruthlessly smashed the air for dozens of meters in front of him. Its momentum was astonishing. It surged forward like a monstrous wave. At the same time, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The black sword light carried a layer of faint white flames. The flames flowed endlessly like water. The sword light traversed 10 miles. It split open the vast sky and attacked the extremely violent and overbearing fist power. Boom! 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 Another collision occurred. An even more frightening power surged out. Everything in its path was smashed into pieces. The demon corpses that had been crushed into pieces of flesh and blood were directly turned into ashes at this moment. The young blood demon expert's complexion suddenly changed. His figure flashed and he rapidly retreated, bringing along layers of afterimages. He didn't want to be hit by the aftermath of this frightening power. Even with his strength, it would be difficult for him to resist without fully erupting. Bursting fist. Scar of heaven. It was the same 2 moves. However, they were more than twice as powerful as before. That kind of power could really shatter the vacuum and cut open the vault of heaven. It was incomparable. They were evenly matched. The frightening rebounding force made Chunzong and Zha Goluo step back repeatedly. Let's end this quickly, Chunzong thought to himself. Although the congenital one-breath secret technique was powerful, it was destined that it couldn't be maintained for too long. A quarter of an hour was the safest time. After a quarter of an hour, there would be very obvious repercussions. However, it was best to end the battle in a short time. This was because the shorter the time, the easier it would be to recover the congenital one-breath secret technique. As soon as he thought of this, Chunzong's thoughts moved. A ball of black light that he had preserved in his sea of consciousness suddenly appeared. The moment the black light appeared, both Zha Goluo and the young blood demon expert felt a sense of disgust. The black light quickly spread out and poured onto the demon-slaying sword like a stream of water. This was the first move of the demon-slaying seal. The first move of the demon-slaying seal was only the foundation of the demon-slaying seal. However, it had additional damage to demons and demons. When attached to a weapon, it could increase its power by 30%. However, when Chunzong attached the power of the first move of the demon-slaying seal to the demon-slaying sword, the demon-slaying sword trembled slightly, as if it was happy. Without thinking too much, Chunzong immediately slashed out with his sword again. Scar of the heavens. The sword pierced through the air and traversed 10 miles. The sky was torn apart, and the sword's scar seemed to be everlasting. His hair stood on end, and an extremely strong sense of crisis exploded from his body and engulfed his whole body. Roar! Zha Goluo roared and urged all the demonic beast energy in his body without holding back. He even pushed it to the limit. He punched out with both of his fists, which were like meteorites falling from the sky and shattering the earth. This was his strongest attack and also his most desperate attack. Zha Goluo felt that if he couldn't receive this sword attack from Chunzong, only death would await him. This was also Chunzong's strongest sword attack. The extremely violent fist energy was torn apart, and the pitch-black sword scar arrived. It slashed through Zha Goluo's crossed arms and came out from his back. It left a long sword scar on the ground, which spread to the feet of the blood demon expert. The terrifying sharp aura caused the blood demon expert's expression to turn grave. It could be felt that Zha Goluo's vitality was rapidly draining away, and his tyrannical aura was constantly weakening. After killing Zha Goluo with one sword attack, Chunzong didn't stop. He slashed out with his sword again, aiming at the young blood demon expert. This sword attack wasn't Scar of the Heavens, but it contained 2 forces. It broke through the air and arrived in an instant. The young blood demon expert's reaction was extremely fast. His figure flashed, and he avoided Chen Zong's sword attack. The sword attack with two forces split the ground open, leaving a deep sword scar that stretched for thousands of meters. The Blood Demon clan was different from the Demonic Beast clan. The Demonic Beast clan was extremely tyrannical in strength, and their defensive power was also very astonishing. The Blood Demon clan was undoubtedly inferior in these two aspects, but it didn't mean that the Blood Demon clan was weaker than the Demonic Beast clan. The Blood Demon clan belonged to the aristocratic class of the Demon clan. Their bloodline was superior to the civilian Demonic Beast clan. Their physique wasn't as good, but their demonic blood energy was even more bizarre. Moreover, their speed wasn't something that the Demonic Beast clan could compare with. Swish, swish, swish. The young Blood Demon expert's figure was extremely fast. As he moved continuously, his figure constantly changed and was unpredictable. He left behind afterimages that were hard to distinguish between real and fake. He constantly wandered around Chen Zong, and each figure emitted an astonishingly cold aura. The young expert of the Blood Demon clan had clearly seen the strength of Chen Zong and Zha Goluo during the battle. Therefore, he hadn't held back in the slightest when he had attacked. He had used his full strength. However, he hadn't chosen to confront Chen Zong head-on. It could be seen that Chen Zong was very strong when he used the secret technique. If he didn't use the secret technique, he wouldn't necessarily be his opponent in a head-on confrontation. Therefore, he made use of his speed and agility to adopt guerrilla tactics to exhaust his opponent's strength as much as possible. It would be best if he could delay until the secret technique ended. All secret techniques had a time limit. The more powerful the secret technique was, the more so it was. Once the secret technique's duration was up, the user would fall into a weakened state. Even if the user wasn't weakened, his strength would return to normal. At that time, the young Blood Demon expert could use the secret technique to suppress his opponent and then kill him. In the eyes of the young Blood Demon expert, this human strength was astonishing. Since he could meet Zha Goluo head-on, it meant that he was good at strength. However, he was definitely lacking in speed. The blood of such a human heaven's pride of the Demon clan must be incomparably delicious. His heart must also be very delicious. Chapter 810. The dark vortex spun continuously, emitting an extremely shocking pressure. Invisible ripples swept out and covered a radius of 100,000 meters in all directions. In the area of the dark vortex, the chaotic demonic aura seemed purer, which was more beneficial to the demons and monsters. The Blood Demon genius turned into countless afterimages and spread out in all directions. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. He didn't make a move. He was completely trying to consume Chen Zong's strength. Mystic Heart Change, Everlasting Heart Illusion. Using his movement technique, Chen Zong's figure also became extremely light and agile. It was actually not any less than the afterimages of the Blood Demon race's geniuses. As he rapidly chased after Chen Zong, the demon-slaying sword pierced through the air with a series of pitch-black sword lights. Amidst the slashing sounds, the afterimages were shattered one after another. The Blood Demon genius was very surprised. He never expected Chen Zong's body technique to be so outstanding. The remaining afterimages gathered in an instant like streams of blood-colored water. His body became extremely solid, and there seemed to be a layer of blood-colored light surging all over his body. Blood coagulation divine claw? Illusion. There was a strange low shout, which sounded like the chanting of some kind of musical note. His hands bent into claws and instantly grabbed out. Two blood-red claws condensed out of thin air and grabbed at Chen Zong from the left and right. As soon as the bloody claws appeared, Chen Zong immediately felt his pure yang qi and blood become restless. It seemed to be attracted by some kind of power and was about to be out of his control. With a thought, Zong immediately controlled his qi and blood and calmed down. An extremely sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the demon slayer's sword slashed out in the air. Slash. It was just the basic move of the heart sword, but with the tyrannical power of the void sword, the true meaning of the sword, the profundity of the sword momentum, and the power of the demon slayer sword, it burst forth with astonishing power. The sword turned into two sword shadows and seemed to tear the sky apart. The sword light shattered, and the two bloody claws also exploded. However, they didn't dissipate. Instead, they turned into streaks of blood-colored light and instantly shot at Zong like blood-colored poisonous snake. They were extremely vicious. Slash. Slash. Under the demon's slaying sword, the blood-red poisonous snakes were all chopped into pieces, but they once again split into even finer blood-red needles that shot out at an astonishing speed. As the blood demon genius flicked his fingers, countless blood-colored needle lights were completely under his control. They were either straight or curved as they shot out from various angles. Each of the blood-red needles contained a mysterious power. If one was hit by them, their blood would be affected and solidified. The consequences of blood coagulation were also very terrifying. It would make it difficult for a person to move. Even their limbs would become stiff, and they would be at the mercy of others. Zong could sense danger from the blood needles. He could not afford to be hit. His sword circled around his body like a full moon hanging in the sky, completely blocking all the blood needles. Under the extremely strong sword wave, the blood needles were shattered and completely dissipated. At the same time, the blood demon prodigy arrived in front of Zong. He clenched his fist and a sharp, blood-colored spiral force viciously stabbed at Zong's heart. This caused Zong's heart to involuntarily contract. The feeling of being pierced exploded from his heart. Blood coagulation divine claw? Heart piercing. If one was hit by this move, their heart would be directly dug out. It was very cruel. However, the demon-slaying sword instantly drew a stunning trajectory. It was like a heavenly horse moving without a trace. It appeared right before the claw piercing through the heart. The sword pierced out, and the sword light was incomparably sharp. Just looking at it would make people feel like they were being blinded. With a pop, terrifying energy exploded and wreaked havoc in all directions. The hard ground was directly torn apart, leaving a shocking mark. The tyrannical power caused the blood demon prodigy to fly backward. Zong, who was using the innate qi secret technique, was extremely powerful. If the blood demon prodigy did not use his secret technique, it would be difficult for him to resist. With just this sword, the blood demon prodigy was injured. There was a sword wound on his fingertip that contained a terrifying power. That power was constantly wreaking havoc on his fingertip and constantly drilling into his finger. It caused the powerful self-healing ability that the blood demon prodigy was so proud of to fail. The blood demon prodigy had no choice but to mobilize his own power to resist the extremely sharp power and expel it. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Terrifying black sword qi slashed through the air. The astonishing sharpness and coldness caused the blood demon prodigy's expression to become extremely unsightly. He had miscalculated. This human strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Burning blood art. After expelling the power of Zong's sword, the blood demon prodigy immediately condensed a blood-red mark with both hands. The mark was filled with blood-red light, as if it was a raging blood-red flame. However, it emitted waves of cold aura. After flying into the air, it was like a meteor piercing through the sky and rapidly smashed into the blood demon prodigy's heart. The blood demon prodigy's body trembled. The burning blood mark quickly merged into his chest and imprinted itself on his heart. For the blood demon race, the heart was extremely important because it was the source of their power. When the burning blood mark imprinted itself on the heart, a terrifying blood-red flame immediately spread and burned fiercely. Wave after wave of essence blood ignited with the heart as the center point. The burning essence blood immediately sent out an even more powerful and violent power that swept through every part of the blood demon prodigy's body. With a bang, blood-red flames emerged from his body and covered the blood demon prodigy's body as if they were going to burn him to ashes. However, not only was the blood demon prodigy not burned to ashes, but his aura became even more tyrannical and cold. The blood demon prodigy's power came from their blood. Under the burning blood art, the potential contained in their blood was stimulated and transformed into power that filled their entire body. However, the burning blood art was a secret technique that burned their essence blood. The longer it lasted, the more essence blood would be burned. In the end, all the essence blood would be burned to nothing. For the blood demon prodigy, the consequence of burning all the essence blood was death. When the essence blood was burned, the power would increase explosively, and the battle would be over quickly. A palm blasted out. The blood-red palm was covered in a layer of blood-red flames that burned fiercely. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of heat. Instead, there was a kind of low temperature, as if it was the ice of the underworld. It emitted a shockingly cold fluctuation. Everything in its path seemed to show signs of being frozen. Chen Zong's heart involuntarily tightened as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. An astonishing chill quickly spread, but it also gave birth to an indescribable heat. This heat made Chen Zong feel agitated. It was as if all the distracting thoughts were born from it and were difficult to erase them. Chen Zong guarded his heart and relied on his powerful will to resist. He swung his sword. The sword trembled violently, and the incomparably sharp blade immediately cut open the sky. Scar of the heavens. Slash. Under the sword, the dense chaotic demonic aura was split open, and the sky was also torn apart. There was only a pitch-black sword scar that seemed to extend endlessly. The crisis made the blood demon prodigy's hair stand on end. After he struck out with his palm, his body flickered and split into two. One was split open by the scar of heaven, while the other appeared in the distance like a cicada shedding its carapace, narrowly avoiding Chen Zong's sword. Blood control technique. The blood demon prodigy opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood condensed in midair and turned into a ball that emitted a dense blood-red light. It was about the size of a fist, and an ancient mysterious seal vaguely appeared on it. The blood-red ball of light floated in midair like a blood-red sun, and layers of blood-red halos continued to spread from the blood-red ball of light. In an instant, the blood-red halos swept in all directions and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Chen Zong's pure yang blood qi, which had stabilized, fluctuated again when the blood-red halos swept past. Gradually, it felt like it was going to leave his body, causing Chen Zong's expression to turn solemn. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blood demon prodigy attacked again. He used the blood coagulation divine claw and the blood-burning palm to immediately put great pressure on Chen Zong. Heart intent sword questions the heart. The sword slashed out. Its trajectory was extremely mysterious as it directly targeted the mind. The blood demon prodigy paused slightly and felt that his mind was being interrogated. However, he had a cruel and cold personality, so the effect was very weak and he immediately broke free. At the same time, Chen Zong also used the mystic heart change to quickly avoid the blood coagulation divine claw and the blood-burning palm. Mystic heart change. Spiral 9 revolutions. His speed increased, and in an instant, the sword flew into the sky and stabbed out. Stop! The blood demon prodigy was shocked. Chen Zong's sword was actually aimed at the blood-red ball of light in the sky. However, the blood demon prodigy didn't have time to stop it. He could only watch as the sword pierced through the blood-red ball of light. With a pop, the blood-red ball of light shattered, and the power that could affect the blood qi also disappeared. Chen Zong's blood qi stabilized, and his strength was no longer affected. Looking down from above, his eyes emitted an extremely terrifying light. He held the demon-slaying sword tightly with both hands and mobilized all his strength. The sword trembled violently and emitted a buzzing sound that made one's scalp numb. The air around the sword was completely repelled, and the space was torn apart. Scar of the heavens! Slash! Slash of the heavens! Who could resist it? That ball of blood-red light was formed by the blood demon prodigy's blood essence. The moment it was destroyed by Chunzong, it also affected the blood demon prodigy slightly. This slight effect made it impossible for the blood demon prodigy to dodge Chunzong's sword. Slash! Unable to dodge, he could only take it head-on. As the blood-red light spread, it was slashed apart. A sharp scream tore through the sky. As the blood-red light rose, blood-red bats flapped their wings and scattered in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Chunzong hurriedly waved his sword and smashed the blood-red bats, but in the end, a few of them still managed to escape. When 15 minutes were up, Chunzong hurriedly stopped the Kane Chi secret technique. His body swayed unconsciously, and a feeling of emptiness spread out from the deepest part of his body. It swept through his entire body like a raging wave. Chunzong's face was very pale. Weakness. The weakness that emerged from the deepest part of his body made Chunzong feel weak. He hurriedly took out an elixir that could replenish vitality and relieve this feeling of weakness. Immediately, Chunzong used his body movement and quickly rushed into the dark vortex. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's figure disappeared into the dark vortex. It was as if he was wandering in a dark ocean, drifting forward with the waves. If he did not leave now, it would be very unfavorable for him if some powerful demons came. After all, he felt weak now, and his strength would probably be affected. Chapter 8:11. Dark clouds covered the sky densely, condensing into a dense mass, as if they would fall at any time and crush the earth. The dark earth was incomparably hard, emitting traces of gloomy coldness. Between the heaven and earth, there was an endless amount of chaotic demonic energy. A figure tore through the demonic energy like a sharp sword, breaking through the air. The instant a sharp sound rang out, that flowing light had already crossed several thousand meters, disappearing into the distance. As fast as lightning. An incomparably fast figure, as light as a feather, containing an indescribable nimbleness. In case of any situation, it could react rapidly in the shortest time possible. Chunzong's complexion didn't look as pale as before. Although the secret technique innate chi would temporarily consume his origin energy, as long as he didn't overdo it, he could recover on his own. With the help of pills, he could recover even faster. This was the second layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, and Chunzong was heading towards the entrance of the first layer. At the same time, at the entrance of the second layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, a figure suddenly fell from the unceasingly revolving black vortex, followed by a second and a third, for a total of 10 figures. These 10 people all had the same insignia, the insignia of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. Their leader gave off an insolent feeling, but his eyes were ice-cold. He was precisely one of the 3 heavy tigers, Kwang Hu. Kwang Hu was filled with violent killing intent. He absolutely didn't expect that Chang Hu would actually be killed. The 3 heavy tigers didn't just represent a title, but also the friendship between the 3 of them, a friendship comparable to that of brothers. Now that his own brother had been killed, he swore to avenge this enmity. In the end, who did it? Kwang Hu was filled with killing intent while feeling puzzled. Although the survivor of the Long Tiger Squad sent back the information, he didn't know the name of the other party. As for the appearance, unfortunately, that person didn't have that kind of ability. Only after he returned to the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad would he be able to draw out the appearance of Chang Hu's murderer. Leading his 9 subordinates, Kwang Hu immediately rushed towards the entrance of the third layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. Because of the information sent back, Chang Hu was killed in the third layer, so the murderer might also be in the third layer. Both Chen Zong and the Wild Tiger Squad chose a straight path. In other words, encountering each other was almost inevitable. "It's you." Seeing the figure in front of him from afar, Kwang Hu narrowed his eyes. A thick killing intent condensed, then bloomed, shooting out, piercing through the chaotic demonic chi. The violent killing intent was like a surging tide, surging in all directions. In Chen Zong's eyes, Kwang Hu's figure disappeared and was replaced by a gorgeous and violent giant tiger, roaring wantonly and emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The scene from before involuntarily flashed through Chen Zong's mind. He had been suppressed by Kwang Hu and had almost been killed. Instantly, a sharp killing intent shot out from his eyes. It was as if sword chi had pierced through the air. "Die!" With a low roar that sounded like thunder, Kwang Hu suddenly dashed over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, after which, he viciously punched out. With a boom, his aura turned berserk. Chaotic demonic chi surged like raging wave. This fist carried a shocking tiger's roar, incomparably terrifying. However, this punch was only 80% of Kwang Hu's strength. This was because he didn't know that Chen Zong was the one who killed Chang Hu. Otherwise, he would have definitely exploded with 120% of his strength. Kwang Hu's 9 subordinates also moved quickly, rushing in all directions to form a circle to prevent Chen Zong from escaping. Would Chen Zong escape? Of course not. Among the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, the one Chen Zong wanted to kill the most was Kwang Hu. The Demon Slayer sword was unsheathed, and a black sword mark streaked across the sky. A terrifying power was contained in the Demon Slayer sword, and the moment it collided with Kwang Hu's fist, it instantly exploded. Kwang Hu's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly blasted out all his strength, making the power of this punch even more tyrannical. Break! Chen Zong's sword stabbed at Kwang Hu's fist. Under the double strength, the first sword was offset and Kwang Hu's fist was defeated. The second sword followed, and Kwang Hu was shocked. This kind of strength was clearly not inferior to his own. His footsteps staggered, and he hurriedly retreated. He waved his other arm, and a violent wind rolled up and fiercely blasted out. With a shake of his wrist, the sword trembled and the power vibrated. Wave after wave, like heavy waves, quickly surged out from his body, and the force reached the sword tip. It pierced through everything, and nothing could stop it. Every difficult life and death battle brought Chen Zong a lot of benefits, and Chen Zong's strength unknowingly improved. Although each improvement was so small, under the constant accumulation, it would eventually lead to a qualitative change. At this time, Chen Zong's application of his strength and swordsmanship were a little better than when he fought Chang Hu. The moment the sword and the fist collided, a terrifying power penetrated and bombarded, and Kwang Hu's face was incomparably dignified. He could only retreat again. His whole body shook, and a violent aura swept out like a raging wave. An extremely violent tiger phantom condensed behind him, and it was about to materialize. The violent tiger entrenched behind him looked incomparably terrifying, and its aura soared to the sky. As the violent tiger moved, a pair of huge tiger eyes overlapped with Kwang Hu's eyes, and instantly shot out a piercing light. The light was like a meteor piercing through the sky, intimidating heaven and earth. Roar! The roar seemed to come from the ancient times. Kwang Hu stretched out his hands and bent his fingers into claws, and the violent tiger's claws also merged with them. In an instant, Kwang Hu and the fierce tiger behind him seemed to have merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. Pounce! The tiger's palm brought a fierce wind, shattering the vacuum, and blasted out with a force of hundreds of thousands of jin, which could crush a mountain. Sword slash! Heaven's scar! The more he used it, the more proficient he became, and the faster he could use it. A sword slashed through the sky, tearing the sky apart. Everlasting heart illusion. Spiral 9 turns. Like a swallow returning, it pounced from the side and attacked again. The sword light splashed like a torrential downpour, and like a meteor shower, it engulfed Kwang Hu. Heaven's scar. The incomparably fierce sword light slashed diagonally, as if the sword had cut open the sky, leaving an everlasting sword scar. With a swoosh, accompanied by a painful groan, Kwang Hu retreated continuously, and a stream of blood splashed in the sky, so bright that it was shocking. Along with the blood, an arm flew high into the sky. Captain! Kill! Seeing that Kwang Hu's arm was cut off, the other team members were shocked, and hurriedly attacked Chen Zong. This scene was already within Chen Zong's expectations. His expression did not change, but his body continuously changed in the air, and he was extremely agile, avoiding the strong attacks one after another. Suddenly, he spun 9 times and burst out with a terrifying speed, like a meteor flashing through the gap. He rushed towards Kwang Hu, who was retreating quickly. With one arm cut off, Kwang Hu was not only injured, but also lost his balance, and his strength was affected because of this, and he could not fully exert his strength. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down. In Kwang Hu's frightened eyes, there was a bright sword light reflected. As if tearing through the dark clouds in the sky, the dazzling light filled the world in front of him, and there was no place to hide. Roar! Knowing that he could not avoid this sword, Kwang Hu burst out with all his strength and gathered it on his other arm. Pop! 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 His intact arm swelled, and a terrifying violent force rolled out. Blue veins protruded like a python entrenched in its body. Another crisp sound rang out, and the tough skin was actually torn apart. Drops of blood splashed out. This attack was reckless, and he wanted to exchange his life for his opponent's. Do you know, Chang, who was killed by me? A voice like a breeze blew into his ears, and suddenly, Kwang Hu's eyes widened in anger, and he paused for a moment. It was this momentary pause that made Kwang Hu miss the opportunity. The sword arrived, and then came out from behind Kwang Hu, leaving a straight dazzling sword scar. Kwang Hu also threw out a punch with all his strength. The void shook, the earth cracked, and Chen Zong was smashed into pieces. However, it was just a shadow. Kwang Hu's pause just now allowed Chen Zong to avoid the attack. Kwang Hu was dead. His body turned in midair, and he rushed toward the other members of Kwang Hu at an astonishing speed. Kill! 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 Unlike the members of Chang Hu, the 9 members of Kwang Hu had no intention of leaving. Instead, they burst out with all their strength and fought to the death. Although they knew that they were not necessarily a match for the other party, they still fought without hesitation. In the end, they were all wiped out. With a glance, Chen Zong looked at Kwang Hu's body that was cut in half by his sword. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart seemed to relax a little. Among the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, the one he wanted to kill the most was Kwang Hu, because it was Kwang Hu who suppressed him that day. After more than half a year, Kwang Hu, who was very powerful in front of him, fell under his sword. This feeling was indescribable. Moving quickly and skillfully, Chen Zong put away the mustard seed bags of the 10 members of Kwang Hu. He did not immediately check them, and immediately used his movement skill to leave. When he arrived at the dark vortex, the huge dark vortex kept spinning, like a millstone that could crush everything. Vaguely, he could hear a roar. When an ordinary person saw such a scene, they would be terrified out of their wits, but Chen Zong's expression remained unchanged. He took a stride forward and soared into the sky, and he flashed out like a sword light that charged into the dark vortex and vanished. In the next breath, a figure fell from the dark vortex of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. It was Chen Zong. The moment Chen Zong landed, his feet touched the hard, black ground, and the tip of his feet burst out with amazing power, cracking the hard ground and leaving 2 pits. With a whoosh, His body was already thousands of meters away, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, quickly moving away. The Earth Demon Abyss had 9 levels, and the first level was the smallest. A few days later, Chen Zong saw the light emitted by the 8 demon suppression pillars again. He approached and then entered. The moment he entered the range of the 8 demon suppression pillars, Chen Zong felt his whole body tremble, and an indescribable sense of ease and comfort quickly spread throughout his body. Practitioners, after all, were existences who mainly relied on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Usually they might not feel much, but after staying in a place like the Earth Demon Abyss that was filled with chaotic demon qi for a period of time, they would understand how comfortable it was to be able to stay in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and how precious it was. Chapter 8:12. The demon-suppressing fortress was like a primordial beast prostrating on the ground. It was majestic, and its presence was condensed. However, it constantly exuded a heavy pressure, deterring all demonic creatures from approaching. However, in Chen Zong's heart, there was only a feeling of impatience. This feeling made Chen Zong unconsciously increase his speed and enter the demon-suppressing fortress even faster. Once he entered the demon-suppressing fortress, Chen Zong quickly headed in the direction of the demon-suppressing barrack. After verifying his identity, he headed for the Demon Slayer's department. As soon as he stepped through the gate of the Demon Slaying department, a slender figure walked over. Following that was an extremely unique aura. This aura was filled with tyranny and darkness. It was extremely pure, even purer than the chaotic demon qi. It was even purer than the demons Chen Zong had encountered so far. Shocked, his bones and tendons rang. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, like a sword piercing through the sky. As if facing a great enemy, the demon-slaying sword hummed softly, ready to be unsheathed. Chen Zong didn't understand. Why would there be demons here? After all, this was the demon suppression barracks, right at the gates of the Demon Slayer's department. What kind of demons dared to appear here? Weren't they afraid of being skinned alive? The cold and sharp gaze fell on Chen Zong's face. Instantly, Chen Zong felt like he was being pricked by needles. His hair stood on end, and a chill surged from the depths of his body. This gaze immediately told Chen Zong that he was no match for this person, even if he used a secret technique. The cold and sharp gaze was instantly retracted. This person strode past Chen Zong. Chen Zong's gaze fell on the other person's back. Only then did he see what this person was wearing. Demon-slaying armor. Wearing the demon-slaying armor meant that this person was also a member of the Demon Slayer's department. However, how could a member of the Demon Slayer's department have such pure and domineering dark qi? Since this person was from the Demon Slayer's department, Chen Zong relaxed. However, he committed this person's appearance to memory. He looked very young, probably not much older than himself. His skin was fair, and his eyes were dark and deep. His long black hair fluttered gently with his steps, giving him an indescribable elegance. Retracting his gaze, Chen Zong stepped into the demon-slaying division and headed for the General Division Hall. "You're back. It seems that you've completed your mission," the director said with a smile. His deep eyes seemed to see through all of Chen Zong's secrets. "Yes." Chen Zong nodded. During this trip to the Earth Demon Abyss, Chen Zong not only completed the mission given by the Chief Secretary, but also killed many young demon race powerhouses and gained a lot of merits. Currently, the merit points in the demon-slaying token were close to 20,000 points. Of course, this was just the tip. The real bulk was the reward given by the chief. 1,000,000 merit points. Seeing that the merit points in the demon-slaying token had exceeded 1,000,000, Chen Zong felt refreshed. "Chief Secretary, on my way back, I met someone at the entrance." Chen Zong recalled the person he had just met and asked the director about it. He's also a member of the demon-slaying division. His name is Murongjin. He joined the demon-slaying division 3 years ago and is now a middle secretary, the director said. As for why he has demon ability, it's because he has the blood of the demon race. It's a unique talent. The director's words were simple. He didn't give Chen Zong a detailed explanation. Chen Zong tactfully didn't ask any more questions and took his leave. However, Chen Zong was still thinking about the matter of Murongjin. He had the blood of the demon race? Could a human have the blood of the demon race? All of a sudden, Chen Zong felt that his understanding of this world was still too little. There were still many mysteries waiting for him to unearth. Master Han wants me to collect the pills in a month. It's already been more than a month, so the pills should be finished by now, Chen Zong thought to himself as he headed for Master Han's place. 12 pills. Here are 6 for you. Madman Han threw a white jade bottle to Chen Zong and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. The effects of the blood rainbow body tempering pill are overbearing. If you don't have the physique to take it, there's only one outcome: you'll explode and die." "Thank you, Master Han." Although Madman Han's tone was harsh, Chen Zong didn't mind. Instead, he cupped his hands and thanked. No matter what, Madman Han had helped him refine the pills. In the end, he had also warned him about the overbearing effects of the blood rainbow body tempering pill. Madman Han didn't say anything else. He just waved his hand impatiently and asked him to leave. "Goodbye." Chen Zong clutched the white jade bottle and strode away. The blood rainbow body tempering pill was about the size of a longan fruit. It was blood red in color and looked very round. It emitted traces of a red glow and a fishy smell. Just by looking at its color and shape, it gave off the feeling of a flawless ruby. One couldn't bear to part with it and couldn't bear to eat it. With a wave of his hand, Chen Zong put the 6 blood rainbow body tempering pills into the white jade bottle. Naturally, this wasn't because Chen Zong couldn't bear to eat them, but because he didn't want to eat them for the time being. This was because he still had to sort out his gains from the Earth Demon Abyss. In addition to the millions of merit points he now had, there were many other gains from the Earth Demon Abyss. For example, the mustard seed bags he obtained from killing Chang Hu, Kwang Hu, and the others. There were also the mustard seed bags he obtained from killing many young demons, as well as the demonic materials he obtained from killing many demonic creatures. With a wave of his hand, many mustard seed bags of different colors appeared in front of Chen Zong. He opened them one by one and checked them one by one. Chen Zong's expression was calm because he didn't find anything that could make him happy. They were all very ordinary and of little value. For Chen Zong, who already had millions of merit points, they were nothing. There were quite a few items in Chang Hu and Kwang Hu's mustard seed bags that made Chen Zong's eyes light up slightly, but that was all. In terms of wealth, Chen Zong's accumulated wealth surpassed that of some Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. Although Chang Hu and Kwang Hu's wealth wasn't bad, there was still a clear gap between them and Chen Zong. But no matter what, these items were enough to increase Chen Zong's wealth once again. Perhaps they wouldn't be of much use now, but who knew when they would be needed? Moreover, many of the items could be exchanged for merit points. Merit points were of great use here. For example, the cultivation methods of the demon resisting seal, demon binding seal, and demon slaying seal required merit points. There were also some more special methods and martial arts that required merit points to exchange for. Of course, as a member of the demon slaying division, Chen Zong received great benefit. For example, he could obtain the secret method of congenital qi for free. Chen Zong could also browse through some of the more ordinary methods and martial arts in the demon slaying division. Because of this, Chen Zong had already perfected his mysterious heart technique and reached the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm. In other words, the mysterious heart technique was at the peak of the extreme mortal realm. Chen Zong didn't need to worry about it anymore. The truly precious items in the demon-slaying division were secret methods, secret arts, and forbidden art. Among them, the secret method of congenital qi could only be considered below average. Chunzong remembered that the last mustard seed bag had come from the powerful demonic beast genius. He opened it and poured out the items inside, causing them to tumble all over the floor. There were many metallic ores, almost all of them black. There were also many magical herbs and the horns and claws of demonic creatures that emitted traces of chaotic demonic qi. Suddenly, Chunzong's attention was attracted by one of the items. The item was in the middle of a jet-black ore. It glowed with a blood-red light and emitted traces of qi and blood. It was a blood-red ore about half the size of a fist. The light and qi emitted from it, as well as the unique patterns on it, startled Chunzong. He recalled what master weapon maker Ouyang had said. Blood-refined stone? Chunzong wasn't very sure. He felt that the blood-red ore in his hand was very similar to the blood-refined stone that master weapon maker Ouyang had mentioned. However, it was his first time seeing it, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. If it's really a blood-refined stone. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. He was extremely excited. "Let's go see master weapon maker Ouyang," Chunzong said quietly. With a wave of his hand, he put everything away. Ouyang Qi stared at the blood-red ore in his hand. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light, like the edge of a sword. Look, look, look. He looked at it continuously and carefully from all angles. He identified it for a full hour. Chunzong stood aside and waited patiently. "I can confirm that this." Ouyang Qi retracted his gaze and looked at Chunzong. He took a deep breath and said in an extremely serious tone, "Is a blood-refined stone." Hearing Ouyang Qi's words, Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp light. He didn't expect to obtain a blood-refined stone during his trip to the Earth Demon Abyss. Perhaps the other gains added together couldn't compare to this blood-refined stone. It's a pity. If we had 1,000 refined gold, we could forge a blood-refined weapon together with the blood-refined stone, Ouyang Qi said with some regret. It wasn't that other metal ores couldn't be forged together with the blood-refined stone. It was just that using other metal ores to forge with the blood-refined stone had limited potential. It was equivalent to wasting such a precious blood-refined stone. Only 1,000 refined gold essence, which had limitless potential, was suitable. "Master Ouyang, take a look at this." Chunzong took out the 1,000 refined gold. Ouyang Qi's gaze shifted, and he couldn't look away anymore. At first, he was stunned, then puzzled. Finally, a trace of fanaticism bloomed in his eyes, and it became more and more intense. The passion in his eyes seemed to want to melt the 1,000 refined gold. 1,000 refined gold. With trembling lips, Ouyang Qi struggled to say the words 1,000 refined gold. He felt like he was about to suffocate. 1,000 refined gold. A forging treasure. This was an unparalleled attraction for any craftsman. It was enough to make them crazy. If it were some craftsman with bad temperament, they would use any means to take it for themselves. "Master Ouyang, I wonder if you can use this 1,000 refined gold and blood-refined stone to forge a sword?" Chunzong smiled. "You want me to forge a sword?" Ouyang Qi suddenly felt like he had been hit in the head by happiness. He only felt a little dizzy. "If I forge a sword now, I should be able to melt it into the illusory demon heart crystal when I obtain it in the future, right?" Chunzong asked. "Yes, absolutely. There won't be any impact," Ouyang Qi answered in a hurried tone. He immediately looked at Chunzong with fanaticism and hope. "You really want me to forge a sword with this 1,000 refined gold and blood-refined stone? If Master Ouyang doesn't mind." Chunzong smiled. Chapter 8:13. Under normal circumstances, to ask a master to forge a weapon or a sword one not only needed to provide his own materials, but also had to pay a corresponding price, such as spiritual sources and meritorious services. After all, no one was willing to work for others for free. However, Ouyang Qi did not charge Chen Zong any fee. Instead, he promised Chen Zong that he would forge a sword that satisfied Chen Zong. For a master like Ouyang Qi, who devoted himself to forging weapons and swords, there was nothing more satisfying than forging a sword. The refined gold of 1,000 refinements was a supreme treasure for forging weapons. It was the most precious treasure for forging weapons that countless weapon refiners dreamed of. It was already a great blessing to be able to see it in one's life, not to mention being able to use it to forge weapons. Although the refined bloodstone was not as precious as the refined gold of 1,000 refinements, it was still a rare treasure. Using the refined gold of 1,000 refinements and the refined bloodstone to forge a sword, Ouyang Qi believed that his attainment in forging weapons would improve and reach a higher level. This was the greatest gain, the greatest achievement, and the greatest satisfaction. Nothing could compare with it. After handing the refined gold of 1,000 refinements and the refined bloodstone to Ouyang Qi carefully measured Chen Zong's palm, observed its size, shape, and palm lines, and asked Chen Zong to perform his swordsmanship before letting Chen Zong leave. It takes half a year to forge a sword. I'll use this time to improve my cultivation and strength again, Chen Zong said to himself. What cultivation should he improve? The cultivation of the way of body refining and the way of qi refining. As for the soul sense, because the sky-climbing tower had not been refined yet, he could not practice it for the time being. It was difficult to use much of it, which limited Chen Zong's strength to a certain extent. Only after the sky-climbing tower was refined could his soul sense be liberated and he be able to practice. After returning to his residence and activating the protective power, Chen Zong stood in the spacious room, took a deep breath, and eliminated all distracting thoughts. The excitement in his heart dissipated with the wind, and he became calm like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. Then, Chen Zong took out a blood-red body-strengthening pill and threw it into his mouth. Different from other elixirs, the blood-red body-strengthening elixir did not melt in his mouth. Instead, it was hard, and Chen Zong had to chew it. After chewing and swallowing it, Chen Zong felt that what he swallowed was not an elixir, but a stream of magma. It was extremely hot, as if it was going to melt his throat and esophagus. That was the incomparably hot power of the blood essence. When it rushed into his body, it immediately exploded, rushing into his limbs and bones. Chen Zong suddenly felt as if a ball of blazing fire had been stuffed into his body. His body felt as if it was about to be burned to ashes. No wonder Madman Han would say that the blood-red body-tempering pill's medicinal effects were incomparably tyrannical. If one's physique wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If one's body couldn't withstand it, they would explode and die. Chen Zong didn't explode and die, but he felt as if he was going to be melted by the high temperature. It was like steel being melted into molten iron. Moving, Chen Zong's limbs began to move, and he began to withstand the terrible heat to practice the 1,000 refinements mysterious skill. As Chen Zong practiced the 1,000 refinements mysterious skill, the terrible heat that seemed to melt his body also flowed. As it was guided, it consciously tempered his body. Not only did the burning sensation not decrease, but it increased again. Chen Zong felt as if he was being burned in a raging fire. If he hadn't experienced the burning of a raging fire when he received the 1,000 refinements mysterious skill, and had enough resistance to the heat, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Chen Zong still felt as if his consciousness was going to fall into a trance. This kind of trance was like the feeling of being drunk after drinking too much. This feeling was very strange and comfortable. It was as if his feet were stepping on clouds. He felt as if he was about to get drunk, but at the same time, he was extremely clear-headed. He had a more precise and unique grasp of everything, so much so that some of the details that Chen Zong usually neglected when practicing the Thousand Refinements' mysterious skill were completely grasped at this moment, and the effect was even better. His skin was red all over like a cooked prawn. It constantly emitted hot steam, and waves of smoke billowed upwards. After rushing to the roof, it spread out like waves, covering the entire roof, and then fell along the surrounding walls. Soon, the whole room was filled with a white smoke-like aura. It was the essence qi that gushed out from Chen Zong's body. Essence qi rose like smoke and surged like a tidal wave. It became denser and denser. Faintly, one could hear a soft roar. It seemed like a real dragon was being nurtured in this vast expanse of smoke. The effect of the blood-red body-strengthening elixir was not only domineering, but also continuous. It constantly tempered Chen Zong's body. After 2 hours, the effect of the blood-red body-strengthening elixir was completely consumed. The white smoke in the room had become extremely dense, like a sea of clouds. Chen Zong stood in the dense essence qi smoke, and his skin returned to its normal color. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. As his chest rose and fell, the dense essence qi smoke that surrounded him also surged like waves in the sea. Immediately, it flowed into Chen Zong's mouth and nose, and into Chen Zong's body. This essence qi originally belonged to Chen Zong. Now, it returned to his body. Following the return of the essence qi, Chen Zong's skin began to glow. When all the essence qi returned to his body, Chen Zong's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It seemed to be accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. His body moved slightly, and as his qi and blood surged, a deep, thunder-like sound could be heard continuously. He casually threw out a punch. A rumbling sound could be heard, and a strong wind roared. My strength has increased by almost 10,000 pounds. Chen Zong was secretly delighted. On the path of body refining, an increase of 50,000 pounds of strength was equivalent to an increase of one's extreme mortal realm. Chen Zong's strength was 350,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm. If it was 400,000 pounds, it would be equivalent to the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. Now, after refining one blood-red body refining pill, Chen Zong's strength had reached 360,000 pounds. Although it was still equivalent to the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm, compared to before, his strength had increased. After all, this kind of increase was not only in strength, but also in speed, explosiveness, and other aspects. It was a comprehensive increase. There are still 5 blood-red body refining pills left. After refining all of them, I will be able to break through to the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. Chen Zong thought to himself. Immediately, Chen Zong thought of the other 6 blood-red body refining pills that Madman Han had taken away. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he could have gotten them, his path of body refining might have had a chance to break through to the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. At that time, his strength would have become even stronger. But there was no other way. That was the price of asking Madman Han to refine the pills. He had to pay what he had to pay. I'll take one today and the second one tomorrow. Otherwise, my body won't be able to take it. Chen Zong muttered to himself. After finishing the 1000 Refinements mysterious technique, he left his residence and headed towards the exchange area. He was going to exchange all the magical herbs and demon materials he had on him for merit point. The result was somewhat out of Chen Zong's expectations. All the magical herbs and demon materials were exchanged for more than 100,000 merit point. Chen Zong's merit points had obviously increased by quite a bit. It's time to spend my merit points, Chen Zong thought to himself as he started to make his selection. He had to exchange for the Demon Defending Seal, Demon Binding Seal, and Demon Slaying Seal. Otherwise, just the first form of the 3 seals would have limited power. For example, in the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss, Chernzong could feel that the first form of the demon defending seal was insufficient. It could no longer completely defend against the invasion of the chaotic demon energy, and would more or less be affected. If he stepped into the fourth level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the power of the first form of the demon defending seal would probably be completely ineffective. This was also the reason why he didn't want to stay in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss for too long. The same was true for the demon binding seal and the demon slaying seal. At the end of the day, the first form was just the foundation. Except, when Chernzong made the exchange, he was shocked by the price. 100,000 merit points. Not all of them added up to 100,000 merit points, but the second form of the demon defending seal, the second form of the demon binding seal, and the second form of the demon slaying seal were worth 100,000 merit points. As for the cultivation technique after that, it would be the third style. The merit points needed to be exchanged for each seal would be doubled. There was no fourth form, only 3 forms. But then again, 100,000 or 200,000 merit points wasn't actually a lot. Any demon-suppressing army soldier of the Earth Spirit Realm could take out this amount, but it was indeed quite difficult for someone of the extreme mortal realm. At the end of the day, these 3 seals were created to allow the demon-suppressing army to better defend against the demon race and magical creatures. They should be freely available for people to practice, but if they were freely available, people would feel that it was too easy to obtain. One of the bad habits of humans was that they would easily overlook things that were easily obtainable. Therefore, to set a price, one had to use merit points to exchange for them. But the price couldn't be set too high, or one wouldn't be able to afford the exchange. Chernzong didn't exchange for all of them, as they would require too many merit points. First, he exchanged for the second form of the 3 seals, which cost 300,000 merit points. His original 1,100,000 merit points quickly shrunk. As for the other mystic techniques, secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and so on, the first reason was that the exchange price was too high. The cheapest one would require more than 1,000,000 merits, and Chernzong could not afford it. Secondly, there were some mystic techniques within the Dark Feather Dao and Heavenly Sword Dao. However, Chernzong was not interested in some of them. Some of them were not suitable due to the environment, such as the Sword Chi Convergence mystic technique. Some of them required external assistance. I'll first practice the demon defending seal, the demon binding seal, and the second form of the demon slaying seal, then choose other secret arts. Chernzong thought to himself and returned to his residence. First, he studied the second form of the demon defending seal. After all, if he wanted to practice the second form of the demon binding seal and the demon slaying seal, he had to first master the second form of the demon defending seal. This was the foundation. Once he started, Chernzong was astonished. The second form of the demon defending seal was 10 times more profound than the first form of the demon defending seal. Although Chernzong had expected that the second form of the demon defending seal would be more profound and mysterious, and would be more difficult to comprehend, he definitely didn't expect the difference to be 10 times greater. To many people, the first form of the demon defending seal was extremely difficult to cultivate. To those people, the second form of the demon defending seal was almost impossible to cultivate. Even with Chernzong's amazing perception, he couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time. He could only take it step by step, combining it with the foundation of the first form of the demon defending seal. Chapter 8:14. The Earth Demon Abyss went all the way down to the 9th level. It was pitch black and filled with dense and pure chaotic demon chi. The chaotic demon chi was everywhere. In some places, it was like clouds and mist. In some places, it seemed to have condensed into liquid. It was extremely frightening. The 9th level was extremely vast. Its size was even greater than the previous 8 levels combined. In a corner of the 9th level, a huge altar with a radius of more than 10,000 meters stood. The altar was hexagonal and completely black. It was covered with mysterious and complicated patterns. They were crisscrossing and twisting like countless demon snakes. They came from all directions and finally gathered at the center. In the center there was a closed gap. Countless amounts of pure chaotic demon chi gathered from all directions and surged into the altar, where they were absorbed by it. Following that, a series of powerful wind-breaking sounds rang out. Masses of dark clouds rolled over from afar, emitting a series of shocking roars. The roar was earth-shattering and extremely frightening. As the black clouds rolled, they gradually dispersed, revealing 6 figures in total. Each of them was wearing black armor and looked extremely ferocious. They emitted a monstrous evil chi. In each of their hands they were dragging a thick black chain, and on the other end of the chain was a gigantic magical creature. The demon was 1,000 meters long. Its head was that of a dragon, but it was sharper and more ferocious. Its eyes were scarlet as if it had lost all rationality. Its long neck was covered with blade-like scales, each of which was extremely sharp. There was also a pair of wings on its back. The wings were like those of a bat, but they were much larger, longer, and more ferocious. This demon was the Abyssal Demon Dragon. It was a terrifying demon that only existed in the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The 6 people who were wearing black armor and dragging the Abyssal Demon Dragon with the chain were Demon Clan experts. They were 7th level Upper Realm experts, which was equivalent to the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. 6 Demon Clan experts, who were equivalent to the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm, teamed up to drag the Abyssal Demon Dragon. At this moment, a figure as tall as a mountain slowly descended from the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, suppressing all directions and freezing the space. Greetings, Demon Emperor Xia Luo. The 6 Demon Clan experts who were dragging the Abyssal Demon Dragon bowed and saluted. Open the altar. Demon Emperor Xia Luo's voice was heavy with an indescribable evil intent. It sounded as if it came from every corner of the void. The 6 Demon Clan experts dragged the struggling Abyssal Demon Dragon to the huge altar and pressed it on the altar. The 6 chains locked the 6 corners of the altar at the same time. Demon Emperor Xia Luo stretched out his right hand and reached deep into the void. Then, he pulled out with all his might. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and earth, and the void trembled. A sinister-looking pitch-black hilt was pulled out, followed by a sinister-looking dragon head. Then, a pitch-black blade as thick as an adult's waist appeared. The body of the saber was covered with mysterious and complicated patterns, each of them resembling a rising evil dragon. The back of the saber was covered with serrated hooks of various sizes and angles, making it look even more terrifying. Using the void as a scabbard, the demonic saber was hidden within. At this moment, the demonic saber was unsheathed. The Abyssal Demon Dragon became more and more uneasy. It struggled frantically, but it couldn't move. It could only roar in anger. Demon Emperor Xia Luo silently waved the demon blade in his hand and slashed down. It was impossible to describe what kind of blade light it was. It looked ordinary, but when it was slashed out, it filled the sky. There was nothing else. The saber light that was like a black crescent moon cut off the thick neck of the Abyssal Demonic Dragon. A sizzling sound arose which made people's scalps numb. Black blood gushed out crazily, splashing on the altar and flowing along the patterns on the altar. Demon Emperor Xia Luo and the demon race expert with 6 horns waved their arms at the same time, condensing demon seals one after another. Between heaven and earth, strange chanting sounds rang out, as if from heaven and earth, and as if from the heart, awakening the deepest evil and chaos in the heart. Wung wung wung. Amidst the buzzing sound, the altar kept shaking. Waves of power burst out. As the black light spread, it completely covered the huge body of the Abyssal Demon Dragon. The body of the Abyssal Demon Dragon was rapidly melting. Not only was its demon blood absorbed, but its body was also absorbed by the altar. It was extremely evil. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and the earth shook as the wind and clouds surged. Countless amounts of pure and chaotic demonic chi converged from all directions. They were like the waves of an ocean, and they were extremely ferocious as they poured into the altar. The altar trembled violently and rose little by little. Visible to the naked eye, the chaotic demon chi that filled the altar was so dense that it was liquefied. It was even turning solid. For many demons, this was a holy land for cultivation. Even for those 6 devil race experts, it was still pretty good. Unfortunately, it wasn't used for cultivation. It wasn't that extravagant. The abyssal demon dragon was only 1 step away from becoming an emperor, but it was killed. This altar was even more difficult to build. It had to be paid a great price. After it was built, it would be scrapped after 1 use. Demonic Eye of Void Shattering. Open. When the altar rose 10,000 meters in the air, Demon Emperor Xie Luo's voice rang out. It reverberated between heaven and earth. Between the roar, the huge altar erupted with a burst of intense black light. The closed crack in the center of the altar spread to both ends at an astonishing speed until it reached the edge of the altar. Then, with a violent buzzing sound, the crack that was 10,000 meters long opened, revealing a hexagonal black-gold pupil. This was an eye, a demon eye, a huge demon eye. Demonic Eye of Void Shattering. Black light quickly condensed in this huge demon eye, and the light became more and more profound. With a boom, a thick black light that was at least 1,000 meters long shot out from the demonic Eye of Void Shattering. In an instant, it shot toward the sky of the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying black light broke through the sky barrier of the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss and blasted into the 8th level. There was also an altar on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, but it was slightly smaller than the one on the 9th level. After receiving the black light, it blasted toward the sky of the 8th level, breaking through it and entering the 7th level. There were also altars on the 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th levels, but each one was smaller than the last. After receiving the black light, they all shattered the sky, leaving behind a black vortex that was 1,000 meters long. Gather the army. This time, we're going to attack the ground. That place will become our territory. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying auras came one after another. At a glance, one could only see a black mass of demon race people. They were endless like a tide. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Chen Zong returned to the Demon Slayer's division. The sealed secret room was filled with extremely dense and pure chaotic demon chi. Chen Zong stood in the middle of it, forming seals with his hands. Each seal looked incomparably mysterious. Those with insufficient perception and spiritual sense would feel dizzy and nauseous just by looking at it. Some might even faint directly. In serious cases, it could even damage the mind. Chen Zong had to concentrate all his attention to condense every single talisman seal. Only in this way would he be able to guarantee success. After returning, he exchanged for the Demon Defending Seal, the Demon Binding Seal, and the second form of the Demon Slayer's Seal. Chen Zong spent a month and a half to comprehend the second form of the Demon Defending Seal, using the first form as the foundation. Now that he had cultivated for half a month, he still could not master it. This made Chen Zong feel a little helpless, but at the same time, it aroused a strong fighting spirit. In the past, no matter what he cultivated, he could get started in a short time with his outstanding comprehension. However, the second form of the Demon Defending Seal had taken him 2 months, and he still could not master it. In the end, the second form of the Demon Defending Seal could also be called the second level of the Demon Defending Seal. It was an extension and strengthening of the first form. Chen Zong estimated that if he mastered the second form of the Demon Defending Seal, Even if the chaotic demon chi in the third level of the earth demon abyss was 10 times denser, it would not affect him at all. Moreover, it would increase the speed of his use of the demon binding seal and the demon slayer's seal by several times. As for the specific effects, he could only be sure after he really mastered it. Today, Chernzong had a feeling that he could master the second form of the demon defending seal. With all his heart, he condensed seals one after another. Condensing the first form of the demon defending seal required 9 seals, but condensing the second form of the demon defending seal required 99 seals. It was not as simple as a tenfold increase in difficulty. Now, Chernzong had only condensed 49 seals, and there were still 50 seals to condense. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became to condense seals. When Chernzong condensed the 89th seal, his forehead was covered in sweat and his face began to turn pale. At this time, he had to continue. If he gave up, all his efforts would be in vain. This time, Chernzong must succeed, so he had to persevere no matter what. He focused all his energy and continued to condense seals. The 90th seal, the 91st seal, the 98th seal. There was only 1 seal left, but Chernzong felt that he could no longer continue. He felt that his strength was exhausted, and there was a sharp pain in his head, as if it was being pierced and torn apart. His muscles twitched and he was in great pain. 1 seal. Only 1 seal left. Chernzong only felt that his vision was a little blurry, but he had to force himself to bear it and force himself to stay awake. It was the last seal. No matter what, he could not give up. Chernzong had a feeling that if he persevered and condensed the last seal successfully, it would not only be mastering the second form of the demon defending seal, but also an invisible sublimation. Chernzong took a deep breath and tried his best to keep himself awake. After that, during this brief moment of clarity, Chernzong condensed the final talisman seal. The 99th seal was successfully condensed. Chapter 8:15. With a roar, the strong devil chi shook in all directions, but it was sealed in the secret room and did not leak out at all. Chernzong's body swayed and was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale and bloodless, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were full of exhaustion. Even so, Chernzong did not fall down, but supported himself with his extraordinary willpower. He looked at the black ball of light floating in front of him with a little excitement. The ball of light was about the size of a fist, and it was covered with complicated patterns. It was a talisman seal, and each talisman seal was connected to each other, finally forming 9 U characters. The 9 U characters were connected to each other, and it looked like a simple U character, no matter how one looked at it. With a thought, the second type of the Imperial Demon Seal also flew into Chernzong's sea of consciousness and took root there. As for the first type of the Imperial Demon Seal, it had already disintegrated. With the second type, the first type was useless. When the second type of the Imperial Demon Seal entered the sea of consciousness, an invisible force spread out. It was as gentle as a breeze and as fast as lightning, quickly sweeping through every part of Chernzong's body. Not only did it completely repel the invading chaotic devil chi, but it also made Chernzong feel that his body and mind were being purified. Although it was very subtle, Chernzong did feel that this feeling of being purified was the power of the Imperial Demon Seal nourishing his body little by little. It was nothing in a short period of time, but over time, it would make his body better and more conducive to cultivation. It was like taking a step further. However, this purification efficiency was very low, and it was just a side effect. What really made Chernzong happy was that his control of the chaotic devil chi around him had increased by more than 5 times compared to before. With a thought, the first type of the Imperial Demon Seal was formed in an instant. With a thought, the first type of the Devil-Slaying Seal was also formed quickly, only a little slower than the Imperial Demon Seal. The speed of this condensation was several times faster than before, and Chen Zong had not fully adapted to the second type of the Imperial Demon Seal. Once he adapted to it, the condensation speed would be improved. He hurriedly took out some medicinal pills and consumed them to recover the various powers he had consumed. I've already mastered the second move of the Imperial Demon Seal, and I've already taken the 6 blood-red body-strengthening pills. My strength has increased to 410,000 kilograms, but my chi refining stage has only improved by a small level. It's a bit slow, Chen Zong said to himself as he left. Next, I should practice the second form of the demon binding seal. I should also improve my chi cultivation. The second style of the demon binding seal was undoubtedly several times more difficult than the second style of the demon defending seal. It would also take a longer time, and it was the same for chi refining stage, unless he could enter the demon refining stage again. As a subordinate of the demon slaying division, Chen Zong had the opportunity to enter the demon refining platform to cultivate once a year. He still had a few months before his next opportunity. Alternatively, he could use merit points to exchange for the opportunity to enter the demon refining platform. However, the extreme mortal stage required 1,000,000 merit points, so he could only give up for now and rely on himself to absorb the pure spiritual chi from the mid-grade spiritual source to cultivate. In addition to practicing the second style of the demon binding seal and cultivating chi refining stage, I should also prepare the materials needed for that forbidden technique, Chen Zong thought to himself. The materials needed to practice that forbidden technique could be found in the demon slaying division. Chen Zong had spent a total of 600,000 merit points to exchange for them. The merit points in the demon slaying seal had shrunk again, and Chen Zong could not help but sigh. It really came and went quickly. Even if he had the right to receive 300,000 merit points in advance, it would not be of much help. Moreover, it was not free, and he still had to pay it back. I'll take it slow, Chen Zong thought to himself. There were too many aspects that he needed to cultivate and improve. He could not split himself, and his time and energy were limited. He could only choose. Everyone was working hard to cultivate and improve their strength as much as possible. The demon-suppressing fortress was not a peaceful place. It was filled with an aura of desolation at all times. It invisibly spurred on every cultivator, making them constantly work hard. It was as if they would be obliterated if they slacked off. Would they really be obliterated? Yes and no. The so-called yes meant that they would fall behind others and be left behind by time. The so-called no meant that their lives would not be in danger. But for any practitioner who pursued strength, being left behind by time was the most unacceptable thing. They spurred themselves on, encouraged themselves, and improved themselves as much as possible. The demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss seemed to have decreased a lot recently. Could it be that they were massacred? It should be impossible. Unless powerful earthly spirit realm experts formed a team and attacked, or profound heaven realm experts took the initiative to attack. Only then would they be able to slaughter a large number of demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. But powerful earthly spirit realm experts would not form a team to sweep through the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. That would be too weak, and the harvest would be too limited. It would be a waste of time. As for profound heaven realm experts, needless to say, they were simply unwilling to do something that would lower their status. This was not the first time that these words had appeared in the demon hunter's mouth. Many demon hunters who had entered the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss had noticed that the demons in the third level were much less than usual, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Thus, there was an additional mission in the demon hunting hall: investigate the reason for the decrease in demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Oh, you've also accepted this mission. Why don't we join forces? That's good too, we can take care of each other. There was no limit to the number of participants, but the time limit was 3 months. Anyone could accept it, but those who dared to accept this mission were not at the late stage of the extreme human realm. If they did not have enough strength to enter the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss, they would be easily killed if they encountered any demons. Within the demon subduing barrack. What are the results of the investigation? The war general sitting on the highest seat opened his eyes, and a terrifying light shot out. His voice was as vigorous as muffled thunder. Reporting to General Luo, we spent half a month searching all over the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss, but we did not find the demons that disappeared. A demon suppression soldier below replied in a low and powerful voice. General Luo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. For ordinary demon hunters, the sudden disappearance of a large number of demons in the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss might only be a surprise, but for the demon suppression army, they smelled something unusual. It was as if something was about to happen. It was just that they did not know what exactly was going to happen, and it was precisely because of this unknown that it was easier to feel uneasy and needed to be investigated thoroughly. When the news reached the titled generals, they also began to feel troubled. Pass down the order, strengthen the 1st level of the camp's defenses. The 5th Army Chief ordered. Immediately, more demon suppression soldiers entered the 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss to guard the camp. The demon suppression army's actions were not deliberately concealed, and because of this, the atmosphere in the demon suppression fortress became even more somber. Chen Zong was unaware of these changes, because he was in the demon-slaying division, wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, and did not take the initiative to pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. The cracking sound was very subtle, but when it fell on Chen Zong's ears, it was very clear. The mid-grade spirit source in his hands cracked at the same time, and immediately, more cracks appeared, covering the spirit source. The 2 mid-grade spirit sources turned a dead white, and the pure spirit energy inside had been absorbed by Chen Zong. Spirit sources were the crystallization of world energy. The higher the quality of the spirit source, the richer and purer the world energy contained in it. Therefore, spirit sources were often used as a currency between cultivators, especially transcendents, and could be used almost anywhere. In addition, spirit sources were often used for cultivation. Compared to taking pills, the efficiency was slower, but it was faster than directly absorbing world energy, and there were no side effects of pills. When he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out, like an invisible sword piercing through the air, and nothing could stop it. Chen Zong's lips curled into a smile, because the spirit energy in his body had become more vigorous, and he was not far from breaking through the next aperture. Perhaps after a few more days of accumulation, his cultivation would be able to break through to the late stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. It was often harder for cultivators to improve as they progressed, but the mysterious mind art was a peerless cultivation method at the extreme mortal realm. Not only did it mean that one could open more apertures, but it also meant that one could cultivate at an extraordinary speed. Just in terms of spirit energy absorption, it was many times faster than other cultivation methods. Even so, Chen Zong felt that his cultivation speed was very slow. There was no other way. The improvement in the past was quite fast, and compared to now, the gap was too obvious. I wonder how Grandmaster Ouyang's sword forging progress is? Chen Zong thought of the sword again. He did not know what kind of sword would be forged with the 1,000 refined gold and the blood refined stone. Chen Zong was very much looking forward to it, because it would be a sword that belonged to him. With a pop, as if something had been broken, a majestic and pure spirit energy rushed in, and quickly filled the aperture to the brim. An even more powerful aura spread out, filling the surroundings. Late stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. He had broken through. After a few months of cultivation, Chen Zong's cultivation had finally risen from the early stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm to the late stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. This kind of progress was a bit slow in Chen Zong's eyes, but compared to the majority of the extreme mortal realm, it was many times faster. In another half a month, it will be half a year. By then, I should be able to obtain that sword. Chen Zong thought to himself, his anticipation growing stronger. Half a month was actually not that long. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong suppressed the anticipation and excitement in his heart. He couldn't let this affect his cultivation. At the same time, not only had most of the demonic creatures in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss disappeared, the second and first levels were the same. At the edge of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the most difficult to detect area, there was a mysterious energy shrouding it, turning into a thick black fog that spread in all directions. Anyone who tried to investigate would subconsciously ignore this area. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.